Sit down.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Brown, Chair of the School Board, and I call this meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please announce the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Present in the school board chamber are Chair Brown, Vice Chair Weems, Mr. Bowensteel, Mr. Callen, Mr. Cummings, Mr. Culpepper, Ms. Dwyer, Ms. Felton, Dr. Green, Ms. Melnick, and Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. Please join me in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance as you are able. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This evening, the school board now has the pleasure of recognizing students and staff for their achievements. We thank all of you for coming here tonight, and we ask that you just remain a part of the celebration until everyone has been recognized. Thank you so much.
Our first recognition is for the VB-CPS students who are named part of the Hampton Roads Workforce Top 20 Under 20. Will those students please come forward? The Hampton Roads Workforce Top 20 Under 20 Awards are presented by the Hampton Roads Workforce Council and recognize exceptional young leaders across the 757 region who are making an impact well beyond what is typical for their age. The program highlights students and young professionals who stand out as emerging influencers, demonstrating initiative, leadership, and a strong commitment to improving their workplaces and communities. Nominees are evaluated based on excellence in areas such as workforce leadership, entrepreneurship, and community service. Virginia Beach City Public Schools has 5 nominees from 3 high schools. First up, we got Audrey Whitley, is a student who has pursued and achieved her associate's degree in business administration from Tidewater Community College, alongside her diploma from the Entrepreneurship and Business Academy at Kempsville High School. She logs countless hours of volunteer work with community organizations. She has worked part-time positions within the community. Audrey led the Kempsville High School volleyball team as the captain this past year. She will continue her education at James Madison University in the fall. Next, we have Aiden von Glofstein-Dadon. Has been actively involved in high school since 9th grade. He has served as an officer in the DECA student marketing organization representing the Entrepreneurship and Business Academy at Kempsville High School. He has served on the City Council Advisory Commission. He also attended the most master classes of any student while enrolled in the EBA at Kempsville High School and had an internship working with the Van Gogh Bistro. Aiden will attend James Madison University in the fall. Kyle Morton, a rising junior at the Tallwood High School, Go Lions, earned from the Top 20 Under 20 Award from the Hampton Roads Workforce Council for his leadership skills and determination to reach his goals in photography, school, fashion, and the arts. Kyler started his own photography business while also doing modeling work in the local area. He participated in a youth workforce panel at Old Dominion University and won pitch competitions for his business. Let's give him a round of applause. Eric Pankey graduated with a stellar 4.26 GPA from the Governor STEM Academy at Lansdowne High School. Woo! While most high school students are simply looking towards the future, this Lansdowne Eagle is already engineering it. Eric is a certified designer, executive board leader, and a real-world aerospace researcher with NASA. But Eric's true legacy is impact, dedicating hundreds of hours to mentoring youth robotics teams and serving the community. Okay. He's going to the moon. Connor Smith of the Governor STEM Academy at Lansdowne High School seamlessly bridges global digital leadership with local civic action. Selected as one of the only 20 teens worldwide for the Global Roblox Civility Council. Okay. Connor also serves on the Beaches and Waterways Advisory Commission, a regional speech champion, international DECO qualifier, and dedicated Special Olympics coach. This AP scholar with distinction perfectly embodies the Rotary ideal of service above self. Congratulations, students. We are so proud of you.
Our next recognition is for Virginia High School Lead Class 6 Triple Jump Champion in Outdoors Track. Please welcome Kyle Matthews of Lansdowne High School. The Eagles in the house. As a Lansdowne High School sophomore track and field standout, Kyle quickly established himself as one of the premier jumpers in the nation after capturing the VHSL Class 6 state championship in the triple jump with a remarkable, I'm reading still, with a remarkable leap, not 10 feet, but 50 feet, 6 inches. His championship performance not only secured the state title, but also placed him among the top ranked high school triple jumpers in the country. As only a sophomore, his accomplishments have already begun drawing attention on the national stage with coaches and track enthusiasts recognizing his tremendous potential. His dedication to training and commitment to excellency have made him a standout representative of Lansdowne High School. Congratulations, Kyle. We are so very proud of you. Give it up for Kyle. Give it up.
Our next recognitions are for individual outdoor track champions from Kellam High School. Will those athletes and their coaches please come forward? We'll now have a representative from Kellam High School introduce us to those students.
Hi, I'm Amy Pratt. I'm the Student Activities Coordinator at Kellam, and it's my honor to be here to help recognize our fantastic track athletes. We are first recognizing the VHSL Class 5 Outdoor Track and Field 4x800 Relay Champions. This team is comprised of Evie Constantino, Kate Spain, Scarlett Johnson, and Miriam Gauteg. This relay team helped the girls track team place third at the outdoors meet, win third place in the indoor meet, and win third place finish at the VHSL state cross country meet last fall. This group also helped Kellam Track capture both region championships in indoor and outdoor track as well as cross country this year. This team also broke the indoor state record for the 4x8 as well. In addition to all the accolades above, Miriam Gauteg is also the 2026 Outdoor Track State Champion in the 1 mile race. And lastly, we have Avery Hanlon, who is the 2026 Outdoor State Pole Vault Champion with a vault of 12 feet 6 inches. She broke her own record of 12 feet, which made her the 2025-2026 Indoor State Track Pole Vault Champion. Additionally, Avery is the 2026 State Gymnastics Bar Champion and a key player on the softball team, which also made it to the state semifinals this spring. Avery plans to be back next year at this time after she breaks the state pole vault record of 13.1. Unfortunately, our track coaches were out of town tonight, but we do want to recognize R.C. Gay, Nancy Roche, and Samantha Barinello for all of their hard work with these athletes.
Congratulations, Knights. We are very proud of you.
We will now recognize the VHSL Class 5 Boys Soccer Champions. Will the Kellam Knights Boys Soccer Champions please come forward? The Kellam Boys Soccer Team is the 2026 Class 5 State Boys Soccer Champions. The Knights had a fantastic 21-1 season. They are also the Region 5A Boys Soccer Champions. This is the second state title for the Kellam Boys Soccer Team. Coach Craig Powers will now introduce us to the players and their coaches.
Are Saif Abunala, Kevin Ariano, Jace Assertion, Rocco Benetti, Brandon Bruckner, Gail Cuellar, Gil DeVera, Kaz Dobraz, Wheeler Howes, Jashawn Johnson, Britton Lewis, John Maggio, Colin Murphy, Cole Nyland, Caleb Perry, Brandon Prater, Ethan Simis, Hayden Solis, Cameron Talbert, Jake Tomick, Finn Turner, Tanner Warner, Tanner Wheatley, Aiden Whitman. Coaches, along with me, Alex Assertion, Vasid Lighty, Jordan Grumney, and Phil Havermal.
Congratulations to the VHSL Class 5 Boys Soccer Champions. Congratulations, Knights. We are proud of you.
Coaches, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Not to be outdone.
Our next recognition is for the VHSL Class 5 Girls Soccer Champions. Please welcome the Kellam Knights. The Kellam girls soccer team is the 2026 VHSL Class 5 State Girls Soccer Champion. The Knights had a stellar 23-0 season and are also the Region 5A Girls Soccer Champions. This is the third state championship for Kellam's girls soccer. Coach Mario Hurdle will now introduce us to the team.
Thank you. Our state championship team, Mackenzie Argela, Brilliant Baylor, Brooklyn Baylor, Molly Bowden, Alan Brew, Samantha Campbell, Mia Catania, Eva Combs, Sadie Dickerson, Lexi George, Evelyn Jamelin, Caroline Hensler, Addison Hook, Deshala Johnson, Scarlett Johnson, Kennedy Lem, Sophia Mitchell, Lola Normile, Kaylee Parker, Mason Ritchie, Gabriella Stewart, Reagan Thompson, Isabella Turner, Ellie Valdez, Addison Weeks, and my fellow coaches are Team Seibert, Corinne Owen, Cassie Bozard. That's it.
Congratulations, Knights. We are proud of you as the VHSL Class 5 Girls Soccer Champions.
Okay, we are now on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any modifications to the agenda as presented? Okay, seeing none, the motion is made by Mr. Cummings, seconded by Ms. Dwyer. Any discussion? Ms. Rogers?
I just wanted to state that I will not be voting in favor of the agenda due to action item 15C. Thank you.
Ms. Melnick?
And I had this conversation with Chair Brown before this point, but I just wanted to make it clear that it would have been nice to have gotten an email from the board member or from the chair of the board about this and not just find out about it when the agenda is posted. I think it's just leaves board members in an awkward position when constituents call to ask why something has been brought forward again. So just, I guess I would consider it professional courtesy, that if someone's going to, rescind a vote or want to go through that process, that it just be, just heads up to all our colleagues. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also just want to add that this agenda approval did follow the normal processes, and it was posted on Wednesday evening prior to our meeting. So this was out with plenty of notice for the public and the board. All right, with that, I call for the vote to adopt the agenda as presented.
And Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote? So, Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes and 3 nays. The motion did pass for the adoption of the agenda.
I don't think my voting board showed up. Madam Clerk, my voting board did not show up.
Hold on.
But I was going to vote aye.
Okay, so we do have an aye recorded vote for
Yes.
Chair Brown.
Thank you. Right, we are now on to the superintendent's report and recognitions. Dr. Robertson, we look forward to your report and recognitions.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. Here are a few items of interest for you and our families. At our graduation ceremonies earlier this month, student speakers reflected on how our teachers and staff members prepared them to meet the future with confidence, perseverance, and purpose. Their stories also highlighted the strong sense of connection and support they experienced, evidence of our commitment to preparing every student to be future ready and equipped for success beyond graduation. Listen to these impressive preliminary statistics about our more than 4,500 students who graduated. Nearly 66% of students graduated with honors. More than 21% of students graduated with a GPA of 4.0 or higher. That's 1 out of every 5. More than 79% of our graduates will be attending a 2- or 4-year college in the fall. The amount of scholarship money accepted by this year's class increased by almost 3% to $64,382,992 compared to last year. The class of 2026 was offered an astounding $127 million in scholarships, over a 10% increase compared to last year. With so much promise ahead, I'm excited to continue advancing our work together and setting an even higher standard of excellence for the class of 2027. Last week, we had the opportunity to recognize and celebrate our newest retirees during a special event hosted by the Department of Human Resources. Joined by family, friends, and colleagues, the dedicated employees were honored for their years of service and the meaningful difference they made throughout their careers with Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Our retirees helped create learning environments where students and staff could thrive, fostering a culture of excellence, belonging, and opportunity. Through their leadership, expertise, and care, they played an important role in preparing generations of students to be future ready. As they began this new chapter, Vice Chair Carolyn Weems brought greetings and remarks on behalf of the board, thanking them for the lasting impact they have had on our school division and community. We wish them continued success in all that lies ahead. Thank you for leaving a legacy that will continue to inspire future generations. Our Custodian Appreciation Luncheon was held June 18th at Ocean Lakes High School. Several hundred custodians attended the event. They enjoyed lunch and fellowship. Each of them received a foldable seat with back straps, multiple pockets, and an attached cooler to enjoy their summertime when they're free, because they're working hard during the summer. Director of Custodial and Distribution Services Sam Nix and other division leaders spoke to the group and applauded them for their hard work keeping schools safe and clean. And this summer they will be busy stripping and waxing floors and deep cleaning the buildings. Some will be working in our summer schools. And I'm glad we're able to show appreciation to custodians for being a valuable part of the heart and soul of our school communities. Finally, I'd like you and our families to be aware of two important dates coming up. This Thursday, June 25th, the Virginia Beach Education Foundation hosts the Educators Open Tournament at Heron Ridge Golf Club. Tee times are at 7:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. The tournament supports grants that help our teachers give students innovative learning experiences, and you can visit vbef.org for more information. They are looking for some volunteers in the afternoon, by the way. On August 18th, the Back to School Care Fair returns to the Virginia Beach Convention Center from noon to 4 p.m. Along with the usual free backpacks, haircuts, and health screenings, this year's event includes a fashion show and other student performances. Make sure to save the date, Saturday, August 15th, for this fun event in support of our families. Our students are catching a new wave of learning through a partnership with Atlantic Park Surf, where they'll build confidence, healthy habits, and water safety skills while experiencing the thrill of surfing in the Next Wave Park. Let's watch this 2-minute video to learn more.
The Next Wave program is our partnership with Atlantic Park Surf and Virginia Beach City Public Schools. This partnership was a natural fit with the health and physical education curriculum, not only from a safety aspect, but also the social emotional growth and, all the markers that we meet as a school division. We started with our middle school curriculum. We felt like that was the most natural fit. So we reached out to Corporate Landing Middle School, Virginia Beach Middle School, Bayside Middle School, and Lynn Haven, Achievable Dream Academy.
These kids are from all over Virginia Beach. Some of them live within a mile of the beach, but don't really learn to appreciate the ocean like a lot of us do. So we're focusing on swimming and surfing, just the fundamentals. We want to get them the basics of swimming so they're comfortable in the water. And then just run through a quick little lesson on how to paddle, how to stand up, ride a wave, and then the opportunity to come back for several weeks and continue to work on their surfing skills and hopefully level up.
I'm a surfer myself, so getting out in the pool today and watching the students do this for the first time, it was great to see.
With the equipment that we have and the technology of Atlantic Park Surf, it's incredible how quickly a kid can learn to surf and progress in surfing in just a few sessions. I've been trying to raise money to do this alongside my camp at the oceanfront for years. People have been great donating money here and there, but to get in here and have Adidas and Pharrell step up immediately to fund this entire program just made it possible for us to do the stuff that we've been trying to do for years almost immediately.
One of our priorities in Virginia Beach City Public Schools is to capitalize on community partnerships, and the partnership with Next Wave and Atlantic Park Surf meets all of our markers. It was a great day out here. We watched students gain confidence and learn how to surf and swim. Amazing day.
Yeah, it deserves applause, yes. We are grateful for community partnerships that create meaningful, memorable experiences that help our students grow both in and outside the classroom. And 4 middle schools participated in Next Wave now, but as we continue to build on the program's success, our goal is to be able to provide this opportunity to as many Virginia Beach City Public School students as possible. And before I close my remarks, I do want to recognize someone tonight who's going to be really embarrassed, but it's okay. Jack Freeman is our Chief Operations Officer. He's been our Chief Operations Officer for 8 years. And prior to coming to us, Jack served the United States Navy as a naval aviator and a Top Gun instructor. And I'd like for Jack Freeman to stand so we could give him applause for his years of service. Culpepper told me to do it. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report, and I do have some recognitions. There's some happy people in the audience. Yes, so let's get to it. So we want to recognize some of our recent appointees, and we'll start with Heidi Kalma, formerly an administrative assistant at Providence Elementary School, and we're pleased to announce she is the assistant principal now at Providence Elementary School effective July 1. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson.
And I see you have some guests.
I have my husband, my daughter Alexis, sons Pacey and Gage, all three VB Schools graduates. My daughter Rowan, who is a rising sophomore at Ocean Lakes Math and Science Academy. Mike Taylor, who is the current principal and soon-to-be retiree from Providence Elementary School, and Stephanie Marshall, the incoming Providence Elementary principal.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kayla Heath. Kayla currently was recently an admin assistant at Bayside and SeaTac Elementary School, and now we're pleased that you've approved our recommendation for her to be the next assistant principal at Linkhorn Park Elementary School, again effective July 1. And you have some guests.
Thank you, I do. I have my son, Amari, who will be a second grader at Salem. I have my daughter, Kyra, who graduated from First Colonial 2025. She's starting her second year at Tech. I have my partner, Kevin. I have my dad, Jarvis. I have my wonderful work colleague and bestie, Tatiana Roth. I have my newest principal at Linkhorn, Jennifer Freeman, and then my other work colleague, Katie Dooley.
Congratulations. Next up, we have Simone Stallings. She was the Title I Coordinator of Curriculum and Intervention in Chesapeake Public Schools, but a former VTFT teacher from Virginia Beach City Public Schools, who's now rejoining us and will be the next assistant principal at Strawbridge Elementary School. And you have some guests. Yes, oh yeah.
Good evening. This is Silas, my son. Kinsley Grace is my daughter. She'll be going to College Park Elementary this year. I have my mother here with me, and then my wonderful partner that has welcomed me with open arms, Jackie Sargent, my principal.
Congratulations. Next up, we have Amani Mormon, currently an admin assistant at VB Middle. And we're pleased you accepted our recommendation for Amani to be the next assistant principal at Bayside Middle School.
Good evening. I'm here with my mother, who trekked all the way here in the pouring rain from Lynchburg, Virginia, with my nephew, my work bestie. Well, we were work besties at White Oaks Elementary School. My best friend of 20 years who came here from Richmond, LaTanya, and my best friend here in Virginia Beach, Ruben. Thank you.
Congratulations. Next up, we have Dorothy Varela, currently admin assistant at Ocean Lakes High School, and we're pleased you've accepted our recommendation for her to be the next assistant principal at Princess Anne Middle School.
I brought my mom, Carrie. She is a Kellum graduate. She wants me to say that. My husband, TJ, my former principal, Dr. Amira from Tallwood High School, and Andy Flipowitz, who will be my new principal.
Congratulations. And then finally, we have Teresa Jordan, a principal accountant in the Office of Business Services, who is now the next coordinator of accounting in the Office of Business Services. Congratulations.
Thank you. I have with me my brother, Anthony Turner. I have my grandson, Aiden Perkins. He goes to, he's going to Oscar Smith Middle.
That's okay.
I have my lovely sister, Renee Turner. My other sister, Serena Malone. I have my little niece, Nevaeh Jenkins. My granddaughter, Azari Perkins. I have my other niece, Heaven Jenkins, my daughter, Ashton Perkins, and my son-in-law, Corey Bethea. Thank you.
So to all of you, congratulations. We really appreciate you sharing these individuals with us. They will be very busy the next year as they acclimate to their new roles, but their work is important. I hope you experienced that when we talked about the superintendent's report and all the good things going on. That occurs because of the staff we have. And now we got new leaders stepping up. So I'm excited about what the future can hold. You guys enjoy your evening. Thank you.
Okay, we are on to the approval of meeting minutes, and we have two sets tonight. The first one's going to be the June 2nd, 2026 special meeting minutes. Are there any modifications to those as presented? Seeing none, the motion is made by Mr. Cummings, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote to approve the June 2nd special meeting minutes.
And Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote on the minutes? You're staying? Okay. So, Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes and 1 abstention, so the motion did pass for the approval of the June 2nd special meeting minutes.
Good, thank you. We are now on to the June 8th, 2026 regular meeting minutes. Are there any modifications to the June 8th meeting minutes as presented? Seeing none, moved by Dr. Green, seconded by Mr. Cummings. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the votes to approve the June 8th meeting minutes as presented.
So, Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass for the approval of the June 8th regular meeting minutes.
Ms. Linetti, what is the rule on voting on meeting minutes when you, special meeting minutes when you are not present?
If you could say that you watched it or read, somehow looked at, watched the meeting, reviewed the minutes, and you believe they're accurate, you could vote on it, but you would have to make that designation. You don't have a specific rule as to whether you have to abstain or not, but generally, if you don't have any knowledge of whether the meetings are correct, you probably should not vote on them.
Okay, so Ms. Melnick just mentioned that our June 2nd meeting was a closed meeting, and so would somebody be able to vote on those minutes if they were not present?
If they were not present at all during them, or there were some people
Were
were
not
partial.
present during the meeting.
If they were not present at all during the meeting, then there probably would be no way for them to verify the accuracy. If they were present part of the time and left, they might be able to.
Okay. All right, so I think there may have been a potential error, so can we vote on that one again?
Yeah, just make a motion to reconsider and redo the vote.
All right, I guess I will make the motion to reconsider the June 2nd special meeting minutes. Is there a second on my motion to reconsider? All right, so the motion to reopen that vote was made by myself. And then there's a second by Ms. Rogers. Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote on the June 2nd special meeting minutes.
So, Mr. Dwyer, how do you vote?
I wasn't here, so that was the first for me.
Okay. Okay, so Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes and 1 abstention, so the motion did pass to reconsider the approval of the June 2nd special meeting minutes.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we will now move on to public comments, and we will hear public comments on matters relevant to pre-K through 12 public education in Virginia Beach and the business of the school board and the school division from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to noon today. The purpose for the public comments section is for the school board to offer an orderly forum to receive public comments during the school board meeting. I call upon all speakers and persons in chambers to be civil in discussion and decorum. Whatever views you wish to express, the school board wants to hear from you and to ensure that all viewpoints and perspectives are heard. The best way to do this is for all of us to strive for civility and respect. Madam Clerk, would you please introduce the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Laura Beth Lauber, Amy Riley, and then Amanda Markham.
Hold on just a second. If you could let them adjust that microphone. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Sad and angry, waking up the first day of summer to see that a common sense compromise was on the chopping block. Sad that the more I hear from some on the board, the more I understand how little some of them may know about the decisions that they're making for our children and about how education and what goes on in the classrooms in our district. Angry because our regular school board visitor blew off a K teacher trying to show the incredible work of our students to hang out in PE again. Angry that a board member can twist the words of a principal to say that there is a school where they don't use Chromebooks and technology in their classroom at all. Easily disproven by data usage. My guess is that what was said was that they use technology sparingly and only for the purposeful activities that enhance lessons. But we already know that because the data about Chromebook use shows that they are only used 20 to 30 minutes a day in the K1 class. But of course, those things didn't fit the agenda. Sad because the students who this policy will hurt the most are already at-risk students. In the end, it boils down to an equity issue. 20 years of running after-school programs for students in hotels at my school, I see firsthand how not having access to the technology can put them at an even further disadvantage to students who have computers, iPads, and other technologies at home. We mentioned ELL, so of course the response is to add them to the adaptive technology like students with IEPs and 504s. This is not the same thing as having the use in the classroom that allows for building comfort with their use so that when they are asked to use the technology to take a test to show their growth, they don't have another thing to be anxious about, and it's not the technology holding them back. Sad we are so hastily making decisions that have real consequences for students and not just for those of you trying to get reelected. No technology in the classroom will make it almost impossible to complete the state research and computer science objectives. These are state objectives and cannot be ignored. Of course, Dr. Robertson was asked if giving the task of redoing the curriculum, could they have it ready? How do we expect him to answer this to the people who the next week are going to do his performance review? But more importantly, we as educators have been conditioned to not say no, to not say that we can't, because we're in it for the kids. And if you choose to ignore the teachers and some parents and get rid of technology, we will make it work because it's what we do. We always do what's best with what we are given. But just because we can doesn't mean that we should. It doesn't mean it will be what's best for our students, and we're telling you that it's not. Sad because we all know that screen time for our children, and let's be honest, all of us, is a huge problem. But instead of using common sense and moderation, we are throwing it all out. Just like anything in life, it's about moderation. The diets that fail are the ones that are so restrictive they aren't sustainable. Our students' school day is like a diet. They need a little bit of everything to be balanced and prepared for the future. The data has shown that technology is a very small portion of their day, and I would guess that's why we don't have parents lined up out the door like we have had for other issues that are actually important to them. It has been said that we have to listen to teachers, but also the parents. Well, I'm here to tell you I am both of those. And as a teacher and a parent, I'm asking that you not rescind the previous vote unless it is to send back the whole thing to the drawing board.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Amy Riley, then Amanda Markham, then Kathy Hendrickson.
Good evening once again. My name is Amy Riley, and I am the librarian at Cook, former pre-K and K classroom teacher, 30 years total. I am also a parent of 2 high schoolers at FC and Cox. I came back again tonight to express my disappointment and frustration with the motion that my colleague just spoke about. My first thought was that this is the same way some board members snuck in the amendment that forced us librarians to evaluate our entire collection last year, despite it being voted down the first time. It seems like they wait until the end of the year and into the summer to pass items on their personal agenda when school is ending and there are less eyes on the board meetings. And that mandate, despite what Dr. Robertson said, greatly impacted our library instruction time, and only one book was pulled from elementary collections, which was the Bible. Literally last year, I only taught half of the time I would normally teach. I just don't understand why educational and proper use of a Chromebook is so upsetting to some of this board. All we're trying to do is set up our kids for success by using a gradual release model of kids becoming comfortable with the devices, learn how to access information, use it for feedback, and sometimes be creative and show what they have learned. That's it. Additionally, we are trying to teach state research and computer SOL objectives that start in lower grades and build up to more complex concepts as they go up. You can't just hand them a Chromebook in second grade for the first time and expect them to understand and succeed using them without prior knowledge. Also, taking Chromebooks out limits our ability to provide equitable instruction for at-risk students and English language learners. It gives these students access to resources, and keep them from slipping through the cracks without being singled out. Currently, this change is going to cost your school, staff, and budget time and money. No matter what anyone in upper admin tells you, you cannot build a plane while flying it and expect good results. There is not enough time to train staff, especially since teachers and specialists who need to be trained don't work in the summer, and come up with replacement activities for students that are engaging and provide individualized feedback. This is another example of a policy being pushed through without thinking about all the downstream consequences, how it will affect the boots on the ground teachers and specialists who will have to drastically change how they teach next year. Technology doesn't replace the teacher, but it does scale our impact. As Melnick stated last meeting, we are one of the premier school systems in the state, and if we keep going down this road of eliminating technology, we're going to be falling behind in preparing our students. All this policy has done is to create another issue that does not exist in the schools. The issue is one that exists outside of our schools and should be left to the parents to manage their children's recreational screen time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amanda Markham, Kathy Hendrickson, and then Michael Edlinger.
Good evening. I am here tonight as a 20-year educator in Virginia Beach to voice my profound disappointment regarding the sudden reversal on Policy 618. What was understood to be a fair compromise at the June 8th meeting, passing clearly with a 7-4 vote, is now being abruptly dismantled. To have a member who voted in favor of the substitute motion suddenly move to rescind it less than 2 weeks later undermines the stability of this board's legislative process. Reopening a settled policy simply because a minority faction was dissatisfied sets a troubling precedent for governance. Furthermore, the justification that a member did not understand the vote after hours of public comment and extensive board debate is deeply concerning. As elected officials, the community expects and relies on the board to fully comprehend the measures they vote on. Using a lack of clarity as an excuse to undo a democratic vote compromises the public's trust in your decision-making. Additionally, the timing of this motion is highly concerning. Introducing the change immediately after the school year concludes, when educators are transitioning into their summer break, gives the distinct impression of trying to bypass public scrutiny. Teachers are paying attention, and this approach damages the trust between this board and the staff you employ. We frequently hear board members state that they want to listen to teachers and support student success. However, actions speak louder than words. Disregarding a compromise that prepares our K-1 students to be future-ready contradicts those stated goals. Decision makers who have never served in a public school classroom must rely on the expertise who have. When the input of professional educators is ignored, our students pay the price. Political agendas have no place in policies governing classroom instruction. I urge this board to pause, step back from this hasty vote, and properly evaluate Policy 618. Let us look at the evidence. First, consult the experts. Utilize the firsthand knowledge of our current K-1 classroom teachers. Second, gather the data. Conduct targeted case studies within our division over the upcoming school year. Visit K-1 classrooms frequently to see how technology is being used properly. Third, make informed decisions. Base our technology policies on educational outcomes, not political pressure. Finally, this is a matter of equity. Our classrooms house a diverse population of learners. For some students, school is the only place where they have access to reliable technology and guided digital mentorship. By providing technology access in K-1, we level the playing field from day one, ensuring every child in Virginia Beach has the same opportunity to become a confident, capable digital citizen. Please reflect on whether this motion truly serves the best interest of our students and teachers, or if it merely serves a political objective. I urge the board to uphold the original vote, respect the legislative process, and maintain the compromise reached on June 8th. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathy Hendrickson, Michael Edlinger, and then Melissa Luxon.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Kathy Hendrickson. I'm a teacher here in Virginia Beach at Montessori Children's House. We're a small school serving preschool through grade 5. I'm here to alert you to a policy being implemented by the VBCPS Gifted Testing Office. This policy has severely affected one of my graduating students, Coleman Edlinger. In a moment, I believe you'll be hearing the full details from Coleman's dad, but the very short story is that Coleman applied for 6th grade admission to Old Donation School and he was accepted. He's one of the most profoundly gifted students I've had the pleasure of teaching, and I was very happy for him when he received his acceptance. He needs to be at ODS. Unfortunately, due to a minor clerical error with his enrollment forms, the gifted office informed Coleman's parents that their policy was to count the error as if his parents had declined the spot. And the gifted office unilaterally took away Coleman's seat at ODS and gave it to another child. His parents were not given any communication that there was a problem, were not given any opportunity to fix the error, just informed that Coleman had lost his seat due to this policy. Coleman is a profoundly gifted child, an extremely high achiever, and a wonderful student who would be a benefit to any classroom. I'm devastated to see him lose this opportunity, and I strongly urge the board to take action. Please overturn this decision so that he is enrolled in ODS for the upcoming school year. Furthermore, in addition to being a STEM teacher at my school, I'm also a part-time administrator. I write admission and enrollment policies, and I review the enrollment applications for compliance with our state regulations. About 40% of the enrollment forms that we receive require some follow-up action due to incomplete or obviously incorrect information. This is normal and expected. Every person in this room has made a clerical error at some point. But the families with the most enrollment form errors are those who do not speak English at home. Families with insecure housing, military families coping with a deployment, parents working multiple jobs, those with special needs in the family, etc. That means that the Gifted Testing Office is almost certainly punishing students from these families by taking away the spots that the students have earned at ODS, a policy with a disparate impact on the most vulnerable families. It also punishes students whose parents made one simple human error or those who had one email message go to their spam folder. As a parent of a VBCPS student myself, I still occasionally find school emails in my junk folder. This policy has unconscionable effects that are completely predictable. It directly contradicts the stated goals of the local plan for the gifted. If this policy continues, it will be a major problem for VBCPS and our community. I wanted to alert you now so that you can take action for Coleman and for all of the students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Edlinger, Melissa Luxon, and then Candy Mason.
Hello. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Edlinger, and I'm here regarding my son, Coleman Edlinger, as Ms. Kathy said, and his acceptance to Old Donation School for the upcoming 2026-2027 school year as an incoming 6th grader. First, I want to express my sincere appreciation that Coleman was accepted. It means a great deal to our family. He's a highly gifted, disciplined, and motivated student, and attending ODS has been a goal he has worked towards for years. He is ready for this opportunity, and we very much want him to attend Old Donation School this coming school year. I'm here today because that opportunity was lost, not because we declined it, but because of a breakdown in communication and processes by Virginia Beach City Public Schools. We received the acceptance email on March 23rd with a deadline of March 27th. We took immediate action and submitted one of the 2 required forms, his elective selections, which clearly demonstrates our intent to enroll Coleman. Unfortunately, we did not complete the consent form within that 4-day window. That was my mistake, and I take full responsibility for that. However, I respectfully ask that you consider 2 important points. First, the timeline. A 4-day window to complete enrollment steps for something this significant leaves very little margin for error. Families are balancing work, children, and unforeseen life events. A process of this importance should allow for reasonable human error. Second, communication. After we submitted one of the 2 required forms demonstrating clear intent to move forward, there was no additional outreach or indication that Coleman's seat was at risk. The only follow-up we received came more than a month later, on April 29th, stating that they received a month later, on April 29th, stating that they received our elective forms, but because we hadn't submitted the consent form, they decided that we had declined his spot. We did not decline this opportunity. Our actions showed that we intended to accept it. I am not asking for special treatment. I am asking for reasonable reconsideration based on demonstrated intent and a process that did not include safeguards against an honest mistake. I also respectfully ask that you honor your vision statement of ensuring every student is achieving at their maximum potential and move forward with the enrollment process that began in March. Coleman has earned this opportunity, and we want him enrolled at Old Donation School this coming year as a 6th grade student. I respectfully ask that you reconsider this enrollment for the 2026-2027 school year and explore any possible path to make that happen. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration. Since I have 50 seconds, that was my speech that I put together. My son is extremely intelligent. He aced every single test that you guys wanted him to take. Every single test. I was in direct communication with the people in the gifted program. I was super excited every single chance I got. In the last 3 months, I have suffered so many different just issues in general, and I'm not trying to be this kind of way, but I have 30 seconds, so I just want to explain something. These emails and the things like that, they get lost. I'm usually a lot more diligent than this, and I do not want my son's opportunity to be at ODS to be jeopardized by a simple mistake. It's just one kid. The kid's a beast. He's so great. He's so awesome, and he needs to be in ODS. He doesn't need to be anywhere except, you might as well just put this kid in college. He's amazing. I have no other way to express my needs and concerns here. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Luxon, Candy Mason, and then Chris Lewis.
Good evening. I will start with acknowledging something that should not be controversial. Most parents want children spending less time staring at screens. Most teachers want students engaged in meaningful learning. Most board members probably want the same thing. Tonight's agenda item isn't really about screen time. It's about whether votes count. The motion to policy 6-18 passed. A compromise was reached with a member of the majority crossing ideological lines. That's how governing bodies work. But apparently, when the outcome isn't what certain members wanted, they want to rescind that vote because a board member said he didn't understand what he was voting for. That's an extraordinary claim. Because if a school board member cannot understand a substitute motion before casting a vote, then we have a much larger problem than classroom technology. But I do find the timing of this conversation interesting. For years, this board majority has focused on culture war issues. We've watched endless debate over DEI, books, student speech, and manufactured controversies that had very little to do with improving student achievement. Now, suddenly, in an election year, we've been told that classroom technology is the crisis that demands immediate action. And just as suddenly, a brand new parents group appears in May. They call themselves Parents Concerned About School Technology. The owner of the website is owned by a professional political consultant. You can find his $7,000 in-kind contribution for a below-average website to this political action committee on vpap.org. On social media, this group announces plans to endorse candidates and blames Democrats for the problems it claims to be addressing. A group that presents itself as a grassroots parent movement while being tied to one of the region's best-known conservative political operatives. Let me be clear. Parents have every right to organize. They have every right to advocate for the policies they support. But parents and voters also have a right to know the difference between a grassroots movement and a political campaign, because those are not the same thing. School board members are elected to provide oversight and direction. You are not curriculum specialist. You are not instructional technology specialist. You are not the people who will have to implement these changes in classrooms every day. When the superintendent, instructional staff, and educators tell you that a proposal will create additional burdens on already stretched teachers, require replacement materials, increase costs, and disrupt existing instructional practices, suddenly that expertise seems optional. The people who will carry out this work are the teachers and staff who are already being asked to do more with less, and yet those concerns appear to carry less weight than election year messaging. The question before you tonight is not whether parents should have input. Of course they should. The question is why the professional experience of educators is being dismissed when it conflicts with a political narrative. Good governance requires more than slogans, social media campaigns, and political branding. Our students deserve better than becoming props in somebody's campaign strategy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Candy Mason, and then Chris Lewis.
Hello. I am the parent of Olivia Mason. She's a student at Bayside High School. She is an 11th grader. She took an astronomy class with Mr. Quiros, and I have a concern about her grades. She has an IEP that allows for extended time and to break work up into manageable parts. She was pacing an A, and then the work got more, where the worksheets were 8 to 10 pages long, having data entry points from 68 to 324 data entry points. Mr. Quiros did not grade it was 28 assignments. Mr. Quiros did not grade any of the assignments for correctness. There was nothing graded for right or wrong. He only penalized them for being submitted late. Every assignment. So, right or wrong, instead, Mr. Quiros deliberately, blanketly penalized the IEP extended time accommodations on 28 assignments as late. Olivia was in constant catch-up, backup log. Mr. Quiros did not comply with the IEP accommodations. He did not break work up into manageable parts. So the 28 assignments with the grades of 0, 4 assignments 0, even though she submitted the assignments. 9 assignments with an F, 5 assignments with a D, 3 assignments with a C, 2 assignments with a B, 2 assignments no grades, even though she submitted them, and 3 assignments that were online activity, which grades of 70, 100, and another 100. Mr. Quiros would not enter those grades into the grade book. Mr. Quiros' action resulted in the astronomy grade of a 63F. Mr. Walton, Mr. Gatlin, and Mrs. Alla Brown endorsed and upheld Mr. Quiros' actions. Mr. Walton would not meet with me. He just upheld the grade, even though I had concerns with the grade needed to be overturned and corrected along with the IEP accommodations. They did not comply with them. On top of it, suppose having a teacher that gives you a test, and in that test, 27 questions. Each of the 27 questions had 44 options, answer choices. Yes, 44 answer choices for each of the 27 questions. And then the final exam, there was 100 questions. And if the class is about 90 minutes long, she's a read aloud, and it's an open book test. How is that really reasonable for someone to spend a couple of seconds per question? I've been trying to get this grade overturned and corrected since January the 28th when I tried to meet with Mr. Quiros and he refused to meet with me. The principal wouldn't meet with me. Mr. Gatlin, the assistant principal, pretty much said a teacher can do, not grade or grade anything that he wants is his classroom. Where's the accountability? Both needs to be held accountable.
And that is time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Lewis.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the board, and Dr. Robertson. My name is Chris Lewis. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to talk with you. And I would like to take an opportunity to recognize what you've heard here today, which is folks who have come out to say they're not quite sure why it is we're coming back to revisit Chromebooks again. And what I would really like to focus on for a second is, as a board, your role in leadership of this organization. And the reason why I say this is because it's the role of a board to use informed governance in order to make the best decisions that you can make that are going to benefit both the students, our most important customer, but also the staff, the support staff, the teachers, the faculty, etc. And what you've heard here over the last several weeks is very clear evidence that while, yes, there are concerns that we all have over screen time, I think there are real differences between the data and the actual informed opinions that you have been provided with by experts. And I feel like it's your role to listen to those experts because, as I heard somebody here say, you all are not necessarily the instructional experts with a PhD in educational design, etc. So it seems like it's on you all to listen to what's being told to you. And I feel like we're not really doing that. And while we're on that subject, I would like to take a moment to say that I definitely remember a few weeks ago when Chair Brown specifically asked you, Dr. Robertson, do you support this policy as it was originally written? And I guess all I can say is I was sort of disappointed that your answer was not really to the question, but it was actually to the concept of whether you would support the policy. And I would assume, of course, you would support the policy. But I really would like to hear whether you believe it's the right policy to go forward, not just whether you would support it. Because I think that is the role of the superintendent, and that's the role of your staff that you hire here to provide the expertise and the informed consent so that the board can make effective decisions. Now, I believe several board members actually even said at the last meeting they didn't think that that particular policy was ready for prime time. I hope that you'll consider that same
And
concept
that is
today.
time.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, we're going to move on to our online speaker. Ms. Kim Mayo, please unmute.
Good evening. I support eliminating Chromebooks entirely at the elementary level and screen time limits for older grades. Norfolk Academy doesn't use Chromebooks, last I heard. My then 7-year-old was stuck on a Chromebook all day in the Gifted Cluster program at Hermitage. Thank you to all driving these positive changes. Gifted education is also on tonight's agenda. I want to restate 5 key facts, but first, tonight we are seeing yet another ODS admissions controversy. Number 1, ODS takes $12 million of the $24 million gifted budget excluding transportation. ODS only serves roughly 12% of VB schools' gifted population. Number 2, ODS has a longer school day equaling 2 to 3 weeks of additional instructional time at the elementary level. 3, ODS students receive high school credit world language offerings to their 6th graders not available to gifted students in neighborhood schools. 4, VDOE, Virginia Department of Education, identified 23 of 55 VB elementary schools as falling short. The topic was discussed at Virginia Beach Council of Civic Organizations and covered by 13 News. Having one gifted school contributes to weaken neighborhood schools in many cases. Number 5, Newport News School Division is doing a transportation study. Transporting magnet school students is costly. ODS has a much larger population than high school academies. I will FOIA and push this data, this big transportation cost out. Please refer to my school board speeches on 12/9/25 and 5/12/26 for more details. There's good reason most school districts in the U.S. don't have public gifted standalone schools grades 2 through 8. We're seeing positive reform with Chromebooks and look forward to the same with gifted ed. We need all school board candidates to fight for kids and families in neighborhood schools. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was our last speaker for this evening.
Madam Chair, I do think we need a clarification on the vote for the meeting minutes. You voted to reconsider the June 2nd meeting minutes, and that passed, but you didn't vote on actual revote. It looks like you combined the reconsider with the motion to reconsider. You took the motion to reconsider, but you treated that also as the vote for the June 2nd meeting. It appears that your second vote may have been for the June 8th meeting minutes. So that you made a motion to, whether you want to.
Motion to reconsider, just reopen the vote?
No, I think you were, the motion was to reconsider. So we either need to add action or we need to go back and actually vote on the June 2nd meeting minutes.
So just for clarification, what she's saying is that we voted on the ability to reopen it, but we did not reopen it. We didn't vote on the reopened vote.
You had a majority vote to reconsider the motion, but you need to vote on it. So I don't know if that changes how people were voting on it. I think looks like people were combining the concepts.
We'll put that on D. approve minutes. If that's okay with the board? Is that allowed to do it that way? Okay,
The board's not objecting. I think you just shoot it down to action.
okay, thank you. All right, we are in interim financial statements, May 2026. Welcome Daniel Hopkins, Director, Office of Business Services.
Good evening, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Weems, school board members, Dr. Robertson. As of May, the overall revenue trend remains acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. State revenues are still acceptable at this point in the fiscal year, and with the state budget set, we will monitor to ensure we receive all the funds from the state. Federal revenues are showing a favorable trend at this point in the fiscal year. We have received impact aid payments of approximately $15.2 million. Local revenue is acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. We have received 11 months of the transfers from the city. Other sources of revenue are acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. Well, actually, other sources of revenue are favorable at this point in the fiscal year. They are up about $75,000 from the same time last year. This is mainly due to the decrease in revenue due to the Juul settlement and propane bus rebates we received last year and not this year. And also, it was offset by the stop arm enforcement, which is up $940,000 this year. The next graph shows that the sales tax receipts are an acceptable level. Year-to-date through May, we have received approximately $4.5 million higher than the same time last year. And the last graph shows that the expenditures and encumbrance trends remains acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. And I'd also like to add, we just received this, so I thought I'd let you know. We did just receive our Certificate of Achievement and Excellence in Financial Reporting for Virginia Beach's ACFR, or Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. And that is all I have for this evening. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to take them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hopkins, and congratulations on that. Do we have any questions? Yes, Ms. Melnick.
So not a question, but I'm not disappointed, shocked. I'm shocked, but I'm not disappointed to see an additional $940,000 in revenue from the stop arm cameras. Do people know we have one on our buses? Because it's dangerous for people to run these stop arms. It's so dangerous. We'll take the money, but they're on all of our buses. So I don't know who's listening, but we have cameras on all of our buses. But thank you for the extra $940,000 in revenue to Virginia Beach City Public Schools. I wish we could say we get it from another way, but wow. Yeah. And what do you remember what the last figure was? I thought the trend was going down.
Last year it was going down. We just switched companies last year, and then it started getting up and running this year, where we were using more buses than we did in the past.
Okay. All right. Watch yourselves, everyone.
Ms. Felton?
Thank you for that report. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. So when a person receives a citation for running a stop arm, how long is that information kept into the system if they were to refute that?
When you say kept in the system?
Mm-hmm. The pictures, the cameras, how long is the information, who do they contact in order to refute that?
I know they have a whole terabyte of storage, and they save a lot. I don't know exactly how long the cameras last, but they issue the citation within 30 days. They have 60 days to pay the company. Then after that, the company sends it to the city to collect, and they could take from your state income tax or whatever the state does the collection process.
And my question, I guess I'm asking you, if someone want to or feel the need to dispute that ticket.
Oh yeah, they can go. Yep.
How long is that information kept in the system from the day that they shoot it and from the day that they send them the citation?
Oh, you want it?
All right, yes, we'll have.
Hi, you wouldn't expect this. I go to circuit court. I go to circuit court now with our Virginia Beach police officers to enforce this for those appeals. So Mr. Hopkins is correct. You can go online with our enforcement officers. We also have Cammie here to talk about it, but that information is readily available and is involved in the ticket citation.
They get it twice.
Twice. Other details?
Thank you.
And just to piggyback on, I was very shocked at the increase, but folks out there, it's not just in the neighborhood, it's on Northampton Boulevard, even if you're on the 4th or 5th lane, or on Independence or Virginia Beach Boulevard, you see the yellow bus, please stop. I just got a call last week of someone who didn't see the bus and was 4 lanes over, but on video, it was very clear.
Yeah, and
So-
just a clarification, prior to this last year, not all of your buses had, you now all have it, so you have quadrupled the amount of coverage. That's contributing to some of the spacing.
$250, right? $250 for the ticket.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, apparently plus court costs.
Okay. Great. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
We are now on to the Gifted Community Advisory Committee 25-26 report. Welcome, Dr. Crystal Wilkerson, Director, Office of K-12 and Gifted Programs. Yep.
Good evening, School Board Chair Brown, Vice Chair Weems, school board members, and Dr. Robertson. I'm Crystal Wilkerson, Director of K-12 and Gifted Programs, and we're here this evening to present the Gifted Community Advisory Committee's annual recommendations. Joining me tonight is the current chair of the GCAC, Ms. Brittany Horn, along with members of the Gifted Leadership Team. Community advisory committees support school divisions by I'm supposed to be clicking, sorry. By providing feedback and offering community perspectives. The Gifted Advisory Committee, per Virginia Code, has these key roles, which are to review the local plan, including any revisions, and to provide the administration and school board with an annual report containing feedback related to the implementation of the 5-year plan for the previous year. VBCPS engages with the GCAC in a variety of meaningful ways beyond its required responsibilities. We value the committee's partnership and community perspective as we collaborate to develop, refine, and strengthen practices that support the success of our gifted learners. Displayed here, you can see just a few of the outcomes from the VBCPS and GCAC partnership throughout this school year. In response to the GCAC's 24-25 recommendations, during the 25-26 school year, the Office of Gifted Programs partnered with key departments and stakeholders to support the local plan evaluation and their advisory work. The partnership between the Office of Gifted Programs and Planning, Innovation, and Accountability allowed data to be requested, collected, and shared with the GCAC in alignment with the purpose of the GCAC to review the effectiveness of the local plan for the education of the gifted. Additionally, in part of the ongoing effort to raise awareness in the community about the gifted programs offered by the division, representatives from the Office of Gifted Programs participated in the Back to School Care Fair, Advanced Academic Information Night, and Gifted Information Nights held at ODS and Virginia Beach Middle School for the gifted academic, visual arts, and dance programs. K-12 site visits continued to showcase the amazing work being done in our resource cluster model, where academic opportunities and updates were shared with committee members. At this time, the GCAC chair, Mrs. Horn, will present the GCAC's recommendations for this year. Based on discussions held during this year's GCAC meetings, observations and conversations during the visits, and presentations with the GCAC by the Office of Gifted Education, GRTs, and parents and community members, I'm presenting the following recommendations on behalf of the GCAC. Recommendation 1. This recommendation was introduced last year, and the GCAC strongly advocated for its continuation based on the significant benefits and successful outcomes achieved through this partnership. In alignment with all 6 components of the local plan, the GCAC members would like to continue strengthening our partnerships with the district offices to identify meaningful outcome measures to evaluate the extent to which the local plan is implemented with integrity and fidelity. Recommendation 2. In the area of delivery of services, the GCAC recommends continuing to communicate essential GRT responsibilities to administrators, aligned with the goals of the local plan. While there are occasions when all staff members work collaboratively to address school-wide needs beyond their assigned responsibilities, this recommendation is intended to ensure the GRTs are able to effectively fulfill the essential duties and responsibilities of their role. Recommendation 3. Through the curriculum and instruction component, the GCAC also recommends continued advocacy for bridging gifted education best practices through collaboration among various stakeholder groups. The Office of Gifted Programs has indicated that it will continue to support the GCAC recommendation, which aligns with the division's strategic action agenda by providing structured opportunities for gifted staff to collaborate across schools through learning walks, professional learning, and the sharing of effective practices to enhance services for gifted learners. And Recommendation 4. GCAC recommends that gifted staffing allocations and funding decisions reflect the varying needs of schools across the division. In alignment with the local plan and VDOE's expectations for equitable access, we should provide the schools with lower referral and identification rates with targeted support, coaching, and outreach. Consideration should also be given to schools with unique programming needs, including Renaissance Academy and Spanish and dual language immersion programs. Additional staffing support should be targeted at schools with large populations of identified gifted students to ensure effective service delivery. This is already in place at 10 elementary schools with exceptionally large gifted and enrolled populations, and we want to ensure this effort continues. And finally, continued funding for gifted endorsement and professional learning opportunities is needed to strengthen staff capacity and support high-quality gifted services across the division. The Office of Gifted Programs acknowledges these recommendations provided by the GCAC, and we're so thankful for the time and commitment that they give to providing our division their voluntary support. We would also like to thank Mrs. Weems for her support throughout the school year with our GCAC meetings. Displayed here are the dates for the upcoming school year's GCAC meetings, which the committee approved at our May 4th, 2026 meeting. All meetings will be held at Plaza Annex in the Professional Development Center from 6 to 8 p.m. This concludes the recommendations from the Gifted Community Advisory Committee. We look forward to engaging with the school board and providing additional updates and information regarding gifted programming and services at the school board retreat on July 15th. We collectively welcome any questions that you might have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick.
On GCAC recommendation number 3, what type of structured collaboration already exists in the division?
We did hear about learning walks where GRTs were able to go to ODS, and ODS teachers visited the neighborhood schools to talk about teaching strategies and so forth. Mm-hmm. And we also have, this year we opened it up so that we allowed our resource cluster teachers to also participate in those so that they could have a benefit from those learning walks as well.
Okay. How often are those happening often enough? Because we hear about that disconnect. It's often, the community often interprets ODS as a completely different program, like completely different curriculum, and so.
Yes, those happen throughout the school year in both our fall and spring timelines, and we also have some ODS staff comes and participates with us for professional learning opportunities and vice versa.
Okay, and one of my goals
when we talked about all of this was to make sure that we have at least one student from every school so that it is a true community school. So I really appreciate that that we have that and that is a continued recommendation. I do worry about schools with lower rates of referrals. There is a disconnect with parents who might really understand how to do all of this and parents who just really have no idea. And I remember very well Mr. Tim Sullivan, who was the principal at Betty F. Williams when I first was elected to school board. I remember him taking me aside and saying, I have students in my school who deserve to go to that building right there. And he pointed to ODS. And he said, but not all of my parents know how, not that they don't know how to fill out the application, but it just might not be as pretty for somebody who's on their third child at ODS. And so that equity piece for me is very, very important. And so I take recommendation number 4 very seriously, prioritizing staffing allocations and funding support to schools that have lower rates of referrals and identification for intellectually gifted dance and gifted visual arts students, because those students do exist and I do not want them to be overlooked or forgotten in any way, shape, or form. So, and at the Renaissance Academy, it's very important to me also that, and this came up earlier today during workshop, that Renaissance Academy is never, ever looked at as the end of the road school for our students. It is not. It's a placeholder. And so I want to make sure that students who are identified gifted in those schools are actually getting everything that they need and deserve, mostly deserve. And so thank you especially for number 4. I appreciate that very much.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. I also have a question on number 4, but Part C, schools with exceptionally large populations of identified gifted students receiving more allocations. What is the criteria for that? Because in my community, we have many parents who have applied to ODS, and there is simply not enough room for all of the identified students in my community at ODS. And it's not that one deserves to be serviced more than another because state requires us to service everyone. So I am concerned and just wondering what is the criteria for some of these schools to get an extra allocation for a 1.5, a GRT and a half or 2 GRTs versus those that only have 1.
So for those allocations, those are focused solely at our elementary level, and we have a limited number of 0.2 allocations that we're able to help disseminate amongst some of our heavily populated schools that are servicing a lot of gifted students. We look very, very carefully at not only the number of gifted students that they are servicing, but now they are teaching gifted lessons through K-2. So we look at the number of classrooms that they would have, because that gifted teacher would have to go in and teach lessons to all K-2 classrooms. We look at how many switch classroom. I mean, we take into account a lot of different data points. And once we kind of comb through all of that, we are able to take those top schools where the GRT is servicing the most and allocate those 10 allocations to those schools that we currently have. So we have 10
the allocations is only based on the data of the top. If there is a school that is number 11 that would still benefit from that, we don't have the resources. Is that what you're telling me?
We only have currently 10 additional 0.2 allocations.
Right.
So we just
even if
review that
school
every
11
year.
is like 1 child less than school 10, I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm absolutely dead serious because, again, and then my other question, because you mentioned this, why doesn't the middle school get the services? I'm a parent of a gifted child who is in a cluster, and at middle school, it was impossible for him to see his gifted teacher with all the other responsibilities that she had, the classes he was taking. He didn't even know her name after 3 years. And it's not her fault because there are so many identified students at my son's middle school, former middle school. This is where I'm struggling with the students who are in middle school ODS, smaller class sizes, more one-to-one attention with the teachers. These middle schools with a lot of ID'd students need the resources too, and they're not getting them. And so this is where why are we not, I know we only have 10, but again, what can we do to fix that?
So again, we continue to monitor every year. We ensure that we're at least able to service those 10 classrooms. So we do have staff members, for example, like our testing team. When they are not testing, they push out into buildings and help support schools with that need additional help. But I am limited to the resources that we have as far as those 10 additional allocations. Your question as far as like middle school students, you're right. As students go into middle and high school, they're servicing more and more, but yet they're servicing them in a different way.
Yeah.
So we're really building those foundational skills for gifted learners at the elementary level, and they're teaching a lot of direct lessons and instruction. We really are trying to build opportunities for extension for students who might be performing 1 or 2 grade levels above, just to make sure that they have that additional support at the elementary level versus in a high school or even a middle school. Things start to level out a little bit as far as their ability to take different courses that meet their needs with those academic challenges. And the middle school schedule this past year, and we're continuing to work to enhance and refine that, but with the new middle school schedule, we're able to use some of that scheduling to service more students during those times.
Right, and I guess my concern is that I hear what you're saying about middle school students and it having to look a different way because of their schedule. However, if you look at the students who are in 6th and 7th grade at ODS, their services are not being interrupted by their schedule. They're actually getting then, in essence, more services because they're in the building versus our students who are not. And that's where the equity piece is really a concern for me. And my son is going on to high school, but I know his middle school experience that he just had and what it was for him as a gifted student. And so I would like to see that piece be us really focus on more equity for those students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Culpepper.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask a similar question to Ms. Rogers, which you partially answered. So I'm going to, I guess, ask it back to you in a way of this is what I heard, right? So I think what I kind of heard was we have ODS, which is our premier gifted program, and then we have an under-resourced gifted program everywhere else. That's what it sounded like you said.
Under-resourced?
Under-resourced. Those were your words a minute ago. I lack the resources.
I think it was lack of resource, because we are limited with the number of teachers with gifted endorsements, right?
Okay, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I'm just trying to clarify, because I think that's what I heard. So I guess my question a little bit is, do you guys look at the gifted program as a whole and look at other ways to approach it that might balance that?
We're always looking at the gifted program and looking for ways to refine it. I don't know if you recall 2 summers ago when we did our retreat roundtables and you all had an opportunity to start digging through some of our work. We were showing you some of those newly developed gifted extension lessons and ways in which we're trying to continue to enhance our cluster program. Our gifted program in our schools is really exceptional. Our teachers do an excellent job. I think any teacher can always continue to enhance their work, whether you're at Old Donation School or you're in the gifted cluster resource model. But our program is doing a great job, and our parents' feedback that they are giving to us in totality and in large part is a positive one. So yeah, we're always looking to make things better and refine, but we have a strong program in place.
Okay, I don't doubt it. But you've heard, for example, we have a community member who has rung the bell loudly and consistently for a long time about the fact that ODS takes up most of the resources in the gifted program to serve a relatively small number of students compared to the program across the city. I feel like nobody wants to say, let's split that program up and do something else. I'm not saying that now, but I really am asking the question whether, when you're in private and you can really discuss these things, are you willing to look at the program in that kind of detail and go, hey, if we did something different, and I do remember this discussion we had previously, and there were several models thrown out, none of which I've heard reemerge in any way, shape, or form, where we're still going down the cluster and the ODS model. What if there were 3 smaller ODSs around the city so that you get a better chance for different parts of the city to participate? Maybe they're bigger than ODS on the whole. I don't know, and I'm not asking you to answer right now, but what I really am asking you is, we had this discussion a while back that you just referenced, and I don't feel like I've heard anything that approaches an imaginative way to solve the problem. You just heard, a mother a moment ago saying, no, I'm not happy with what I think my child is getting out of the gifted program, at least in middle school. So I think there are some shortcomings. I have no doubt what you said a moment ago is 100% true, that our teachers do a wonderful job. But I think you did also say we're short teachers. I mean, is it just more GRTs? Does that solve your problem?
I'm not sure that we have a problem per se. If you recall, back when we started discussing and had that roundtable discussion, that's when we were building the 5-year plan. During that time, we explored the opportunity to maybe expand some of our program models and to consider what that might look like, and we talked about cost factors. That was a significant impact. And so,
money's always an impact.
Speaking back to Dr. Plucker, who was one of our speakers that had come before you all and shared, it's really difficult to stretch and have, this Old Donation School and some of those satellite programs of which you're referencing in your in what you're sharing. So we did explore those opportunities, and we haven't revisited it because at that time we shared this significant impact in cost and the other impacts that would have to be considered. And at this time, that would be a board decision for you all to make regarding the continuation of Old Donation versus any other options that would be considered. That would be that significant of a change.
Okay, I appreciate that. This is far down the rabbit hole as we probably should go today.
Dr. Robertson.
Well, I was just going to say, Dr. Wilkerson, that's the perfect response. This discussion was had a couple of years ago with the previous board. We developed a 5-year plan that we are working right now, and in that 5-year plan, it does not include any conversation or any focus. We've been given no direction to look at the current model. Should the board change their mind, we certainly would be open to a change in direction, but at this point in time, we're not spending any time looking at something that 2 years ago was not endorsed, and so we'll need direction if we're gonna take any other look.
That's fair. I appreciate that.
Dr. Green.
Thank you. And Dr. Wilkerson, thank you. And I know the work that goes into that 5-year plan and honoring it, but I think also a lot of people are aware some of my thoughts with regards to that. In terms of Dr. Robertson, I don't know, and I hear you with the direction from the board, but maybe some consideration should be given later on for maybe some type of subcommittee or something to look at possibly some alternative options. I have seen the center-based model that's done in Fairfax County, as well as some other school divisions that I think will captures more students. Liken it to maybe like how we do some of our academy programs where students from, all over the city have an opportunity to attend. And so maybe down the road, once we're able as a board to revisit something like that, we can give that some consideration.
Thank you. I have a question about the GCAC recommendations. So number 4, are these in any particular order of importance, or are they just sort of listed?
Just listed.
Okay, because it seems to me that it could be a little bit useful to kind of have them prioritized so that, I mean, I know that we're trying to prioritize all of it. But for example, it would seem to me that D, gifted endorsement funding and professional learning opportunities might be a little bit higher up so that we can accomplish some of those other priorities a little more easily. So was there any conversation about the levels of each one and how they influence the other ones, or?
Not really, no.
Okay,
Just
all
to be
right.
honest.
Okay, I appreciate that, that's fair. But it seems to me that that one would kind of drive the other ones. Is that a correct interpretation?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, I certainly appreciate your view on that, and we can share that with the GCAC when we meet again and give them that feedback.
Okay.
I understand.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other discussion, but I do appreciate all of the work that you guys do. I know it's not always easy, and they're hard conversations, and sometimes those conversations are not perfect. And so I appreciate it, and I appreciate your time volunteering for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are now on to the Special Education Advisory Committee report, and we welcome Dr. Ronnie Myers-Dobb, Executive Director, Office of Programs for Exceptional Children.
Good evening, School Board Chair Brown, Vice Chair Weems, school board members, and Dr. Robertson. I'm Ronnie Myers-Dobb, Executive Director of Programs for Exceptional Children, and I'm here this evening with Megan Ashburn, Special Education Advisory Committee Chair, to share information and recommendations included in our annual report. So every school division is required to have a local SEAC as detailed in the regulations governing special education programs for children with disabilities in Virginia. The major purpose of SEAC is to provide an opportunity for parents of children with disabilities, individuals with disabilities, and representatives from agencies who support students with disabilities to have a voice in how the division provides services to students with disabilities. Specific functions of SEAC include soliciting and receiving public comments to advise the division of needs related to the education of students with disabilities and to participate in the development of priorities to meet these needs. Reviewing policies, regulations, and procedures related to the provision of special education and related services, and participating in the review of the division's local special education annual plan. This year, SEAC had a continued focus on the solicitation of public comments to develop priorities. In addition, the committee concentrated its efforts on work related to the physical restraint and seclusion school board policy to ensure dedicated seclusion rooms are not authorized in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Chairwoman Brown, staff from the Office of Programs for Exceptional Children, OPEC, as well as staff from the Southeastern Cooperative Educational Programs, CSEP, answered questions from committee members during multiple SEAC meetings. SEAC is thankful for the collaboration with staff and the school board on this work. This impactful decision directly addressed the critical concerns raised by numerous parents and community members, emphasizing the shared commitment to student well-being. Mrs. Ashburn will now provide SEAC's recommendations for the 26-27 school year.
Hi, everyone. And I just want to thank all of you for the collaboration this year and for Chairwoman Brown for being our liaison this year. Our first recommendation is to continue work on the physical restraint and seclusion policy and the regulation. To review the actions and data of school divisions in Virginia who fully prohibited the use of seclusion, and ensure there is continued training for teachers and administrators on the use of preventative interventions and strategies to reduce and or prevent the need for the use of physical restraint or seclusion. Our second recommendation is to increase professional learning opportunities for all Virginia Beach educators on meeting the academic and social emotional needs
of students with disabilities. Cultivating a division-wide culture of inclusion and shared responsibility for educating students with disabilities is essential to expanding student opportunities and ensuring success. Our third recommendation is to continue to support the work of OPEC and Title I programs to increase the number of students with disabilities accessing the pre-K program as aligned to Indicator 6, preschool environments, in the Special Education Performance Report. And that we have, let's see. For Indicator 6A, percent of students with IEPs aged 3 to 5 who are enrolled in a preschool program attending a regular early childhood program and receive the majority of special education and related services in the regular early childhood program, the division performance for the 24-25 school year was 15.46%, which is below the benchmark of more than 25.40%. But it is an increase from the division's performance of 9.74% from the previous year. And this is a recommendation that is rolled over from last year. And these are the dates for our SEAC meetings for the 26-27 year. We meet at the Plaza Annex on Carriage Hill Road at 9:30 in the morning on these Mondays. And our meetings are open to the public, and we do accept public comment.
So OPEC acknowledges the recommendations provided by SEAC, and we appreciate their dedication and collaboration in supporting the education of students with disabilities. And this concludes the presentation, and we welcome any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, Ms. Rogers.
Thanks so much for your presentation. I guess I had a question on, well, I don't know if it's really a question, just a thought. Have you considered any supports for our staff in a general setting who are have students with disabilities in their classroom in a general setting? I feel like this is where our staff has the most difficulty because we have students with disabilities in the general setting, but staff that don't have the training, and they struggle with how to best help these students with the best intentions, but without the background. So I don't know if it's training, supporting, whatever it is something that I think really is where our staff are struggling and looking for help.
Yes, and one of the ways that we have worked on that over the last couple years is working directly with our coaches. So working with our reading and math coaches and making sure that they understand special education services and those strategies and supports that will help students be successful in the general education setting, since they're there in the building to support both special education teachers and general education teachers. So it's really helped to enhance that shared that shared responsibility.
Yeah.
And supporting them through that collaborative effort.
Yeah, and I know that like obviously IEPs are written by the special education teacher, but implemented in the general education classroom, but sometimes that's where the translation gets lost in the implementation. Like, how do we implement this best in a general setting with other students who maybe do or do not? And I know that a lot of the feedback I've gotten is with that piece of implementation. And so I just wanted to give you that information is I'm getting feedback that, you know, we have these students that have these IEPs and I don't know how to help them or how to implement these things in their IEP. And I don't know where to turn to because the special education teacher is servicing other students while I'm, you know, have these students in my classroom. I don't know how to do it. So that's kind of the piece that I wanted to, I guess, share with you.
And one
Ms.
of the
Rogers,
things.
And yeah, I appreciate that because in the second recommendation, it says increase professional learning opportunities for all Virginia Beach City Public educators. I signaled this to the board in an email a couple weeks ago, and I'm going to signal it now. Going into the next school year, every single staff day will include at least 2 hours and at most 3 hours of professional learning every single staff day next year. There will not be a single staff day that has no professional learning responsibilities. We have some significant challenges with the performance of our students with disabilities and our students in math. And we are going to strategically and purposefully spread out professional learning and provide that to our teachers. And it will be a change from what we've done the last few years, which is there were certain staff days where there were no responsibilities to teachers in terms of professional development. This year, all staff days will require at least 2 and no more than 3 hours of professional development.
And I just want to then say, as a response to that, that we really need to consider then our calendar, because the teachers having a staff day that's unencumbered allows teachers to do the work that they need to get done, so they are not working at home. That's not where they should be doing report cards. That is not where they should be doing their staff trainings that needs to be done, that isn't stuff online. They need time to do their work. And if we're not going to respect them enough to give them the time and say every staff day has to be encumbered, I don't know how we're going to expect to keep our staff. So I'm just saying that as an aside because it was brought up. I realize it's nothing to do with this, but I digress.
I did want to share one other thing related to providing that professional learning opportunity is we have built in some information related to co-teaching in all of our essential sessions this summer for all teachers. Again, that was something that came up in our cyclical review based on the interviews that VDOE staff held with a variety of staff members. So that is where we're also beginning our work, and allowing us to embed it in those general education session is getting a bigger audience.
Yes, co-teaching is a great model. It's something that I've actually done in New York, is co-teaching, where you have the general education teacher and the special education teacher in the room together, co-teaching and servicing all the students, whether they are special education or not. And I have seen a lot of success with that, so I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Dr. Green?
Thank you. Ms. Ashburn, thank you for serving as the chair. I know that can sometimes be a little contentious. I would also like to say I am happy to see, and we've had conversation that we're going to still continue to work on refining our policies or strategies around restraint and seclusion, because we still have a little bit more, I think, to do with that. So thank you. The other piece, Dr. Myers, as always, thank you for your leadership. And for our viewing public, so could you tell us, based on your December child find count, how many students fall under the category of IDEA?
9,209.
I knew you would know that number. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Melnick?
And that's up from last year.
Yeah, it's about 150.
Yeah, we were just under 9,000. So can we just go back to recommendation 3, because I heard some statistics that Ms. Ashburn added towards the end. I basically heard, it's not exactly as you said it, but I wrote that we're up 6 percentage points, but we're still 10 percentage points under
the benchmark that VDOE sets.
Okay.
Yes.
So how do we fill in that gap? What do we have to do as a division?
So staff in OPEC have been working very closely with staff in Title I programs.
Okay.
And just educating teachers about the different service models, including the opportunity for students with disabilities to be a part of pre-K4. Obviously, they still have to follow the same process as our general education students, but getting them that opportunity to be in that class and receive their services within that classroom. And so we have itinerant staff now designated at OPEC that are serving students in some of those pre-K4 classes. Sometimes it could be an ECSE teacher that works AM that goes in there and serves too.
Okay.
But it's really a collaborative effort to make sure that we're intentionally working on increasing those opportunities.
Okay, and increasing that capacity, we're good with that. We can add classrooms?
So, I mean, right
You're
now,
talking
again, I
10%,
know,
yeah.
you know, it depends on the overall numbers of pre-K 4.
Okay.
So when you think about special education staff, if we have more students with disabilities in pre-K 4, it would decrease the number that we would need for ECSC self-contained, and then we would have more itinerant because we'd have more students with disabilities in pre-K 4.
Okay, but early intervention is also key, so
Yes.
thank you.
And it really helps students as they transition into kindergarten to have that pre-K 4. Yes, well, they had an error in their data, so I can't say they met it for 24-25.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Weems?
Yes, thank you, ladies, for all the work that you do in this very, very important and complex area of our educational system. I love recommendation two, and I just want to just share my thoughts that I think that should be even more expanded, not just training for educators, but training for everyone in a building who comes in contact with a child with special needs, and that pretty much includes everybody. Whether you're the cafeteria, bus drivers, just everybody. That's so important for everybody to know this training. So I'm very excited about number two, and I just hope that we're expanding it to reach all of our employees. Thank you.
Welcome.
I think that recommendation number two is a pretty important one when I'm out in the community, and I speak to stakeholders and sometimes teachers. They are also saying that they would like to have some training, and so I know that we have some availability, but maybe they have to pick other stuff over it. So I'm happy to hear that we're going to be working on that. That's really very important to me. And I also want to share for the board that when we were in the SEAC meeting, that CSEP did share that the CSEP buildings, since they do not have seclusion rooms, they are not doing seclusions. I don't think that we have the data on that yet, do we?
So I do have some data. CSEP did upload data as on June 10th, so it's good through June 10th. I don't know if there'd be a little bit of change with that last week of school. So I can share that there were 89 incidents of seclusion across the 25-26 school year. So when you look at it by month, once it got to February, which February 27th is when the school board met and Dr. Robertson said, like, the rooms are no longer available. So March, there were 0 incidents of seclusion. April, there was 1. May, there was 0. In June through June 10th, there was 0. So I'm assuming the 1 obviously wasn't in a designated room, but it still was probably in a room where they were preventing that student from leaving, so they reported it.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you have that data available because I think it's useful to know how the policy is shaking out. So thank you for everything you do in the SEAC, and I'm happy that we now have a full slate of people volunteering, so that's good. There was a lot of applicants, and so we appreciate all the work you do.
Thanks, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now on to the Virginia School Board Association renewal dues. We vote on this annually, and so this will also be up for action tonight. Then I'm just going to read the background summary. The Virginia School Boards Association is a private voluntary organization of Virginia Public School Boards. The VSBA provides training, publications, resources, access to some legal assistance, access to some services such as policies, superintendent searches, legislative services, conventions, and networking, and access to other school board associations nationwide. The school board has been a member of the VSBA for over 20 years. The annual dues for the VSBA are determined by a formula set by the VSBA, and member school boards can add additional services at certain costs. For the fiscal year 26-27, the annual dues for the school board of the city of Virginia Beach are $13,779.73 to include $13,279.73 for dues and $500 for legal assistance. I'll repeat those numbers. It is $13,279.73. That's the dues and then $500 for legal assistance, totaling $13,779.73. Member school boards pay separately for attending conferences, training, or other services. So this is up for a vote. Many school board members here go to the conferences and the convention, and our clerk goes to the clerk training, and I believe our school board attorney does some attorney stuff, and our superintendent does some stuff with the VSBA as well, I imagine. So, Dr. Green.
Thank you. And I hope when the vote comes up that it will be unanimous, because this is the only organization that offers professional development to school boards, as well as supporting staff and others, such as our school board attorney, our clerk. This is the only way that they can get their professional development every year. And there are many wonderful opportunities as well, if you elect to do so, no pun intended, for school board members as well, to participate in professional development.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. The very first training that I took through the VSBA was actually on how to evaluate a superintendent. When you come into this job, this is not a job that you come into understanding what to do the second you get on the dais. It is definitely a trial by drowning. And if you don't know how to swim, you're not going to be able to do the swimming. So the VSBA definitely supports, especially new school board members, with a ton of training on the job that is the expectation of the community that they do well. And so I also hope that this is a unanimous vote on top of all of the training that they do provide to us. Obviously, our attorney and our clerk, they are required to do ongoing training. We need to ensure that their ongoing training is supported. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, this will be up for action. We are now on to the state budget update, and we welcome Crystal Pate, Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening, Chairwoman Brown, Vice Chairwoman Weems, school board members, and Dr. Robertson. Tonight I will provide an update on the recently negotiated state budget and highlight several provisions that will impact our division. While we are still awaiting final action by the governor, we received the state distribution sheets last night, reflecting the funding amounts approved by both the House and Senate yesterday. These distribution sheets allow us to develop a preliminary estimate of the state's budget impact on Virginia Beach City Public Schools, which I will share with you later in the presentation. We are still awaiting the final Virginia Department of Education calculation tool. So just provide you a little bit of a context or background before I get to the rest of the slides. House and Senate budget conferees reached a budget agreement on Friday evening and released a conference report where they resolved a key issue that had delayed adoption of the state budget for several weeks. The primary point of contention centered on data centers and whether they should continue to be exempt from paying sales and use tax. The compromise establishes an energy consumption fee for the biennium only, with annual revenue collections capped at $600 million per year. Both legislative bodies met yesterday and formally adopted the conference report, which has been sent to Governor Spanberger for approval, amendment, or line item veto. Based on the governor's public comments yesterday, we do remain optimistic about a favorable result. The approved conference report includes several significant investments in public education. Most notably, the budget exceeds both the governor's proposed compensation funding and our prior state funding assumptions by providing funding for 4% salary increases in each of the biennium, for each year of the biennium for state-recognized SOQ instructional and support positions. Special education receives one of the largest targeted investments in recent years, while school construction continues to be a major priority through both direct grant funding and new local revenue authority. The budget also provides additional flexible operating dollars and enhanced at-risk funding to help divisions address inflationary pressures and increasing student support needs. Final impacts to school divisions will depend on the release of the updated Virginia Department of Education's budget calculation tool, which is the official and definitive source for final funding allocations. The approved conference report provides nearly $2 billion in additional public education funding over the biennium. This includes approximately $438 million for rebenchmarking and technical updates, along with approximately $1.56 billion for K-12 and early childhood policy initiatives. In total, the budget provides approximately $720 million more in general fund support than the governor's proposed budget. As previously mentioned, the state is funding the 4% salary increases in both fiscal year 2027 and fiscal year 2028 for state-recognized SOQ instructional and support positions. And as with prior state-funded compensation initiatives, divisions that provide salary increases below 4% may receive prorated funding. One of the most significant investments in the approved conference report is special education funding. The budget provides $158.4 million over the biennium to strengthen special education services statewide by increasing the special education add-on rates and expanding eligibility under the Students with Intensive Needs application program with a goal of reducing Children's Services Act private day placements. The approved conference report also includes $519 million in school construction grants over the biennium. That is $159 million more than the current biennium. In addition, the General Assembly approved legislation authorizing all localities to hold a referendum on an additional 1% local option sales tax dedicated exclusively to school construction and renovation projects. If pursued by the city and approved by voters, this new revenue source could provide substantial long-term support for future capital needs. The referendum could appear on the ballot as early as the November 2026 election. Based on estimates, the additional 1% sales tax could generate $80 to $90 million annually for Virginia Beach City Public Schools. These revenues could provide a significant funding source for future facility needs, including new school construction, major renovations, and other capital improvement projects. It's important to note that the legislation restricts the use of these funds. Revenue generated from the sales tax may only be used for new school construction and renovation projects, as well as associated financing costs. The funds cannot be used to retire or pay down previously issued bonds or existing debt obligations. So just as a reminder, under our 6-year capital improvement program, Virginia Beach City Public Schools has planned to increase annual debt service funding by $6 million per year beginning in fiscal year 2027-28. This phased-in approach is intended to build the additional debt capacity within the operating budget, allowing the division to support future capital investments. Under the current plan, annual debt service capacity would increase from approximately $50 million today to approximately $80 million by fiscal year 2031-32, providing the ability to support future debt issuances needed for school construction and renovation projects. If approved by voters, revenues generated through this legislation could offset much of this additional debt service needed and allow the division to accelerate the pace of future school construction. The approved conference report also includes additional investments focused on student support and operational flexibility. At-risk funding is increased through a higher at-risk add-on maximum rate, providing nearly $29 million statewide over the biennium. School breakfast reimbursement rates will also increase from 28 cents to 50 cents per meal, representing an additional statewide investment of $17.8 million. Additionally, the budget includes $60 million in infrastructure and operations per pupil funding for fiscal year 2027 and additional dedication K through 12 sales tax revenues resulting from updated revenue forecasts and anticipated cannabis tax collections. The approved conference report continues the Commonwealth's focus on early childhood education. The budget provides $137 million to expand child care subsidy program slots and includes $25 million for a new public-private child care assistant initiative designed to support working families and employers. In addition, the budget provides $1.3 million to support a consultant-led redesign of Virginia's K-12 funding formula. With additional state funding anticipated for Virginia Beach City Public Schools, the administration has identified several priority investments for consideration. These include increasing PAYGO funding, replacing expiring all-in grant funding initiatives such as high-impact tutoring and the Virginia Literacy Act, addressing several human resources priorities including employee professional development, increased compensation for part-time employees, educational allowances for employees earning advanced degrees, additional duty supplements, funding positions that are currently supported through grants, such as Title VI-B positions that will be needed funded through the operating budget. These recommendations are intended to strengthen employee recruitment and retention efforts, support instructional programs, and reduce reliance on temporary funding sources. So based on our preliminary review of the distribution sheets received last night, we estimate state operating revenue could increase for the operating budget over what was approved in the CEON by approximately $13 million. Again, the Virginia Department of Education's budget calculation tool will remain the final source used to determine actual funding amounts. Once the budget is approved and signed by the governor, we will present detailed recommendations regarding any additional funding opportunities to the school board for information at the July 14th Abridged School Board meeting. Board action on these recommendations is anticipated on August 11th, and following school board action, an amended budget resolution will be presented to City Council during August or September for consideration. So that concludes the budget update presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
And we're gonna have a few, so, Ms. Melnick?
So not to be dramatic, although I have won a few Oscars. This is, like, this brings tears to my eyes, actually. This is like some serious movement in the world of education. And so I just wanted to repeat a couple of, going back to the salary increase, the 4% salary increase, I know we're above that, but there was no match for this for anybody in the Commonwealth?
There is a match for
Okay.
the state portion of the SOQ.
Okay, that's what we were talking,
There are-
so there is a match?
There is a match
Okay.
for the SOQ instructional and support positions.
But I loved that school divisions school divisions may receive prorated funding if local salary increases are less than 4%. That's good to see. So it sounds like some serious movement here just in the K-12 funding review, that they're willing to spend the money to really review. That's been something we've been talking about for years and years, the way we fund public education in the Commonwealth, that this could really, this is gonna get some forward momentum. And then the opportunity for human resources to be able to have some movement on some key priorities for the division, including professional development, part-time employee pay rates, educational allowances and advanced degrees, additional duty supplements, things that we've been talking about for years and things that have always seemed unattainable, because there's so much involved in funding education, and it's a lot. And so I'm just so happy to see this. I'm just so happy to see this. I don't know what more I can say, other than also, the grant funding for All In, and the other one was, the tutoring.
High impact
Virginia
tutoring.
Literacy, yes, the tutoring. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And so by 30 June,
Yeah, well, the governor has the budget now. There was some, I didn't read the whole thing, but today I did see something where she's looking at different line items, so.
Okay.
So she could do a veto line item, she could just make some changes and send it back.
Okay.
And then that would result in the General Assembly reconvening again to vote on any changes she makes, and so,
Okay.
but it's promising they'll meet the June 30th deadline.
okay. But this was great, this is great, thank you.
Dr. Green?
Thank you. Ms. Pate, I am very excited, and Dr. Robertson, for some of the direct supports that I see will come to our students with special ed. And then, of course, Ms. Pate, the numerous discussions we had in a prior life with student support services and at-risk students. And Dr. Robertson, you may be able to answer this question, or may not. I know in the past, especially like in our school social workers, in psychology, we had a few grant-funded positions, and I know a few of those we lost earlier this year. So if everything goes according to plan, will we be able to restore, based on slide 7, it looks like we may be able to restore some of those positions back that were grant-funded?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And then I would imagine, about now, you all are having the what-if conversations as to how some of those other services, funds can be used to support students, as well. You're not gonna tell us anything right
Well,
now, are you?
We don't want to.
I'm just curious. You don't wanna
Yeah.
show your hand just yet,
So
okay.
really, these are the 4 areas that we've.
Good.
When we weren't under pressure, we had the conversation about what are the 4 areas of priorities based upon conversations with the board as well as the needs that we had. The fact that we know pay-go is a challenge for us. We knew increasing pay-go was a responsible thing to do. We know we lost all of our all-in grant funding. So if we want to continue doing anything in those 2 areas, we need funds.
Yes.
And as you, Ms. Melnick, notice, it's been a dream to be able to address the HR funding priorities because they were always the bottom of the list. We never got to the bottom of the list. So there's an opportunity here. And then there are some key positions, like you mentioned, that are worthy of a conversation as to whether or not they can move from where they were covered in grants previously to move to the operating budget.
Thank you.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. I only have, I hope this goes through. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. However, I just want to make a comment about the HR funding priorities with Dr. Trotman. This is just a comment. I have no idea what happens. But for the part-time employee pay rates, I'm assuming that we really need this. I just would caution, I guess, that their pay increases don't make it so that it's better to be part-time than full-time. Does that make sense? That our part-time employees' part-time pay rate isn't surpassing our full-time employees' full-time pay rate, so that our full-time employees say, well, then why am I here full-time? Does that make sense? I don't, and again, I am not coming from anywhere other than that would be just my, worry. So that, obviously, I am absolutely for increasing our employees' pay raises. We just gotta make sure that our full-time employees aren't feeling that it's better than what they've got, that's all. But thank you for all of your work for the rest of this.
All right, Mr. Cummings.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to make sure I heard the number correctly. You said a total of 13 million being added to our budget. Would it be possible just from a board perspective, just be provided with a table or something like that on the breakdown of that? Or
We can do that. Right now, we're working off distribution sheets, so that's a little more difficult to do. So that's why I prefaced that statement where we were doing a preliminary estimate, because when those, I don't want to get into a lot of detail, when they start those distribution sheets, they go way back in time. And so it encompasses everything we've already put in CON plus additional stuff. When the calc tool comes out and we can actually compare the two, we will have detailed line items from the CAC tool that will probably give you some more information that you're looking for.
Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
what I was requesting, just
I mean, I shouldn't say this, I don't want to jinx anything. I'm really hoping to have a calc tool by Friday.
okay.
But-
I appreciate it. And then, Dr. Robertson, are you looking for any direction from the board specifically, or just from the things that we've heard presented to us?
So when we come back to you, according to the timeline in July, at that point, the board's going to give direction.
Okay.
We're going to come with recommendations, but they're recommendations.
Yeah, I was just reading through the VBCPS Special Education Advisory Committee report, and recommendation number 3 is as a lot of you folks know, I'm a huge preschool fan, and so that stood out to me as I mean, I don't know what the funding would be for it or what we would need to do, but I was just reading through that recommendation. I'm not saying it's a positive direction that we need to go in.
Well, I imagine that money is probably going to be line item to only use for special education
Yeah.
services,
That's correct.
which means
Yeah.
if it's 13 million, let's say 13 million is the number we get, but 1.5 is for special education, we don't get 13, we get
Yeah.
11.5 because 1.5 has to go.
Yeah.
So then we need to figure out, okay, what's the best way to
Yeah.
spend
Okay.
it?
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to ask some clarifying questions. So the 4% increase is for SOQ positions.
Instructional and support. It's what the state defines as what they define as instructional and support SOQ positions.
And we just voted on a bonus. We have a significant number of employees over that
We do.
number, so I just think that the community needs to know that. And I don't know what the answer is right now, but I just want to kind of signal my thought process right now is that many people in the community are hearing that the state budget has a 4% increase in it. And I appreciate all of these priorities, but I am concerned that there's a budget that's gonna have a 4% increase and none of these impact the pay scales. And so I don't know if there's any feasibility to have movement on there with the number that we might have, but again, I don't know what the answer is. I just know that the way that it looks and the way that it may feel may not feel very good to our staff. And I'm sure that there are going to be other divisions that use this money for increases. And I think that we are really working to try to be competitive. I'm not sure what number we're in now. I know we were in 7th, but I believe that we were going to be bumped up to 4th for starting teacher pay and 2nd for 5, 10, and 15-year experienced teachers. And so I'm happy about that work that we've done, but I also don't want to lose progress in that area. And so again, I'm not really sure what the answer is, but I do think that that conversation is one that we as a board are going to need to make sure that we're having. Although I do agree that all of these other items are priorities as well. And I also wish that we had this presentation before the SEAC so that they could have heard about the proposed funding for special education. So I will make sure to pass that along at our next committee meeting. All right. Thank you. We are now on to the revenue sharing formula.
Okay, good evening again, Chairwoman Brown, Vice Chairwoman Weems, school board members, and Dr. Robertson. So tonight I will provide an update on the proposed revisions to the revenue sharing formula with the city. The purpose of this presentation is to review proposed revisions to the revenue sharing formula agreement between the city and the school division and discuss the potential impact. These revisions have been the result of collaborative discussion between the city and school staff, as well as legal and board leadership review. To provide some context, the city proposed revisions to the revenue sharing formula language dated May 7th. Following that proposal, city and school staff met on May 28th to review the suggested changes and discuss their implications. After those discussions, School Board Chair and Attorney Linetti worked together to further review and refine the language. The key takeaway is that the proposed revisions are relatively limited in scope. They primarily focus on aligning health insurance premiums practices between the city and schools, strengthening notification requirements, and extending the current agreement by an additional year. The first major revision again addresses the health insurance premium alignment. Under the proposed language, the city and school division would continue to strive to keep health insurance offerings and premium structure aligned whenever possible. The proposal also establishes a process for situations in which the school board wishes to set premium rates lower than those offered by the city. In those cases, the school board would be required to adopt a resolution outlining the desire to decrease premiums, the reason for requesting lower rates, the proposed premium rates and effective dates, the recommended employer contribution changes and the funding sources that would support those changes, and a projection of the health insurance fund balance demonstrating long-term sustainability. The intent of this provision is to promote transparency, ensure fiscal responsibility, and provide confidence that any premium adjustment can be sustained over time. The second major revision is straightforward. The proposal extends the expiration date of the current revenue sharing agreement to June 30th, 2028. This extension provides an additional year of stability under the existing framework and allows both the city and school division to continue operating under a familiar and established agreement while planning for future discussions. Overall, this extension supports continuity and predictability in the partnership between the city and schools. And so that concludes this presentation, and again, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
And before I open the floor, I just want to comment a little bit. It has typically been school board leadership that interacts with city council leadership, and then school staff with city staff for the revenue sharing formula. Historically, this request came to us from city council to add this to our vote for us to vote on. So it's under section 7 here. And it doesn't say that we can't. It says that this is our intention. And then it says if you are going to have lower premiums, we need to make sure that we have this information. Initially, when this came into my inbox and I looked at it, the suggestion was to add this and keep our revenue sharing formula ending in June 2027. And I spoke with city council leadership and I said, you know, we're changing a pretty big piece here, but we're not really getting anything in return. So we would like that extra, I would like to bring to the board that extra year of stability. So we did negotiate that part, and there was also, so far as language adjustments, it said that we would have health insurance in unison, and we have differing pay periods, so that was why that annual premium part was in there. So anyway, with that, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. I guess my question is why? Simply because the health insurance decisions were made prior to this board. And so I feel like that I'm not exactly sure why now this would be requested. It seems like it's a little silly to do it now after the fact, after all of the decisions that were made had been made. The board that's currently up here, we just dealt with the fallout of the decisions. We didn't make any of the decisions about the misalignment of the premiums, so I'm not exactly sure why it's being requested now. I guess that would be my only question. And also just comment that it was Mercer who came before us to discuss that our health insurance premiums are affected by the higher risk factors of the city employees. And so we pay a higher amount for our staff when they're the same, though the risk factor of the jobs of some of our city employees create that higher amount of risk and therefore higher premiums. So again, this feels, I don't know, I don't love it. I'll just say that. I don't love it.
I believe the reason why they've asked for this information obviously is what has occurred in the past, and they want to make sure that going forward that they receive information and they want these items provided to them, and understandably so.
I get that. I
And
get that.
then-
It just seems the timing is strange because it's over
I
with.
think it's just because of the time to renew the formula, and it's just, and then even in the ordinance, when they approve the CON, in there has the language about being in parity with the city-owned employee. Now, parity is a little subjective, but it's along the same lines as that. And then, again, with the statement on the city employees, I will tell you that in years past, it goes both ways. So it can sometimes, because we've had that
Right.
looked at recently, so sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't.
Well, I will just say I've had conversations with some city council members, and when I discussed the idea of looking into alternatives to ensure that our health insurance is affordable, one response I did get was, that sounds like a you problem and not an us problem, which was kind of a little concerning since we are in the same boat, especially with this language. We are in the same boat. So that would be my only other ask, is that we ensure that the city is aligned with us to find or figure out how we can make our health insurance more affordable for all city employees.
And I will say, during our benefits executive committee, we're having really robust discussions with city and school staff regarding alternatives and things that we're looking at and discussing. So that is happening
Okay.
jointly.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Melnick?
I just wanted to say, I think this is fair. I think their request is fair. I just wanted to publicly thank the chair, Chair Brown, for getting this extension to June 2028. Good, that was great. And we just need to make sure that we're keeping in contact with our counterparts on city council, because, and I've said this 100 times, there's a disconnect. It's a fair disconnect. They do what they do and we do what we do, and we move in these circles that sometimes just never really, the understanding piece doesn't overlap. So the onus is on us as board members and our counterparts on city council to stay in contact and just have brief conversations with, just like, did you know it costs us this much to do this? And at least attempt to make sure that we all are understanding what we're doing. It is a lot of money, and these relationships need to be positive, and they need to be ongoing. And so, I personally do not have a problem with this. I'm fine with this, and I think everything will be fine. Thank you. Thanks for everything.
And I do want to reiterate how big of a deal it is to have an extension this long. Ever since I've gotten on the board, we've been punting it to next year, to next year, to next year. And one of the things that stood out when we did the superintendent interview process, and I know I can't talk about the specific candidates for interview, but when we did that interview process, there was several people that had needs-based budgeting, and there was huge rifts between city council and the school board because they were always arguing over whose priority was more important. We get a significant amount more from our city council to apply to resources for our students and staff. And I want to continue to have that revenue sharing formula and that consistency as long as I can. And so that was why I wanted to make sure that if we were going to vote on this, that we had that extension. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. What? Oh, that?
All right, we are now on to the consent agenda. We have the superintendent's designee in absence of the superintendent, the superintendent's signature authority, payroll deductions, school board committee assignment modifications for term ending June 30th, 2027, and religious exemptions. Are there any objections to the school board voting on the consent agenda as presented?
I can't ask a question.
That's just what you guys presented recently?
So the committee assignments are what we presented recently, and the modifications specifically that we discussed in the meeting to the discipline committee, that it would be as determined, and then the Harbor Hope Center was added. That was it.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. The motion was made by Ms. Dwyer, seconded by Mr. Bowensteel. I call for the vote to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So, Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass for the approval of the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, thank you. We are now on to the personnel report and administrative appointments. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Ms. Dwyer. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Bowensteel. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote to approve the personnel report and administrative appointments.
So, Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass for the approval of the personnel report and administrative appointments.
Thank you. I call for a motion to approve the VSBA.
Madam Chair?
Oh, yes.
We do have some
Dr.
administrative
Robertson, do you have
appointments.
any appointments this evening?
Yes, it's
I
that
always
time of the
forget that
year.
part.
Yes, that's okay. So we are pleased tonight you've approved our recommendation for Pierre Dezon, currently admin assistant at Point of View Elementary School, to be the next assistant principal at Hermitage Elementary School. Yes, congratulations. We're also pleased that you've accepted our recommendation of Barbara Griffin, currently an admin assistant at Newtown Elementary School, to be the next assistant principal at SeaTac Elementary School and Achievable Dream Academy. Next, we have Adrienne Bracy, currently admin assistant at First Colonial High School. We're pleased you've accepted our recommendation for her to be the next assistant principal at Renaissance Academy. Next, we have Kim Nurse, currently an administrative assistant at Bayside, also a former teacher of the year for the city, to be the next assistant principal at Tallwood High School. And then finally, Lauren Cave, Dr. Lauren Cave, who retired for Virginia City Public Schools a couple years ago, but couldn't stay away, that she has come back to be a human resource specialist in the Department of Human Resources. And that concludes the recommendations.
All right, thank you. All right, now we are on to the Virginia School Board Association renewal dues, and I call for a motion to approve those dues. Motion made by Dr. Green, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any further discussion on that matter? Seeing none, I call for the vote to approve the VSBA renewal dues.
So, Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion to pass for the VSBA renewal dues.
Okay, all right, please bear with me on this next one. So, Ms. Linetti, am I calling for just the motion to rescind first?
No, you voted on the motion to rescind. That passed, so now you're just putting the vote on.
No, I'm talking about 618.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not on to D yet. Yes, you're taking up the motion to rescind the June 8th, 2026 vote on substitute motion to policy 618. That's the first. But the motion also includes understanding that if you do rescind, you will then go on to vote. If there affirmatively passes the motion to rescind, then you go on to the next portion, back to the amendment of the policy 618 that was on the floor.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I'm going to call for the motion to rescind June 8th, 2026 vote on substitute motion to policy 618. And if that's rescinded, we will then call for a vote on policy 618 as amended. And there is in your packet here, all of this is laid out. The yellow highlighting here for the first one was Mr. Cummings' substitute motion that was previously approved. And then the second one was the incorporated amendment that was voted on at our last meeting. Well, we have voted to approve the amendment, but we never voted on it as amended. All right. Motion made by Mr. Culpepper, seconded by Ms. Dwyer. Ms. Melnick.
I have a question. I just don't.
I think I'm just struggling to understand how this happened and what language was misunderstood. And as the one teacher brought up the term "not ready for prime time," how that was understood by the full board. And then there was a motion made by Mrs. Rogers to send this back to PRC to make this palpable to our community. This is quite a show, and it's very confusing, not only to me and some of my colleagues, but to the community. And I think I'm trying to understand how we sent teachers off at the end of the school year with direction, that we worked on a compromise that got us down to 10 Chromebooks in a first grade classroom, which means not every child's going to be touching a Chromebook every day. It's definitely the 20 minutes a day. And we heard from teachers really explaining what they do with a Chromebook in first grade. We also heard from teachers asking us to really differentiate between recreational screen time usage and the 20 minutes a day they're getting in a first grade classroom. But I think, honestly, two things. What has changed? What language has changed that has made this ready for prime time? And how do we do this to our teachers when right before school ended, we gave them direction with a 7-4 vote? And now we're going to take that back. And so I think perhaps an explanation for somebody on how has the language changed that has made this ready for prime time, and what was not understood that is now understood with the same exact language. I think that's where I'm really struggling, and there was validity in the comments made by a few of these teachers tonight, which is, it appears to be a little bit more than I didn't understand, but more than someone's helped them understand. I just need to understand, because I don't, and I don't. All of this is very confusing. We're bringing up an amendment or a second, or what was it? We're bringing forward somebody's substitute motion. It's a show. Just not going to describe The rescission is on the substitute.
I'm sorry?
Motion to rescind deals with
So
the
we're
substitute.
rescinding a substitute motion on a 7-4 vote on a compromise that got us down to almost nothing in a first grade classroom. But I just need some clarification so I can try to understand what I don't understand right now. And if somebody could help me, I would greatly appreciate it.
Ms. Rogers?
I would have the same question as to why there was a lack of understanding. I believe that Mr. Culpepper was the one who brought the motion, but there is nothing in the background summary that would clarify the lack of understanding. But I also want to state that in the year and a half I've been on this board, I've always been of the understanding that when a decision has been made, the board moves forward together. And there have been many, many, many times that decisions that were made were not the decisions that I would have made. Many, many times that I had to pack my things up and go home and accept the fact that we made a decision and it wasn't the one I wanted to make, but that's the one we made and we go forward. We don't rescind. We don't make changes because it wasn't the expected outcome, but we move forward. I received an email today that says this: "Hi, Mrs. Rogers. I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank you for your voice, expertise, and support regarding Policy 6-18. It is incredibly disheartening that certain board members are bringing this back up tonight, and I can only imagine how exhausting it is for you to navigate. Please note that the educator community stands firmly behind you and appreciates your tireless efforts. I strongly agree with you that this policy is by no means ready to be rolled out. Rushing it through will undoubtedly have a detrimental impact on students in the future. Furthermore, I can speak for many of my colleagues that passing this policy now versus August will not give teachers a head start to prepare. Teachers work tirelessly all year long and completely deserve their summer to rest, recharge, and prepare for the next school year on their own terms. Thank you for being the voice of reason on the board and for fighting for both students and staff. We are incredibly grateful for your advocacy. This is why I will not support this. This is why we are ignoring the voice of our educators time and time and time again, and I won't do it. I will support the educators who deserve to have their break and not have the rug yanked out from underneath them one more time because of an undetermined lack of understanding. Thank you.
Mr. Culpepper?
All right, I'll provide a little background here.
Okay.
All right, so I got to kind of recap a little bit in order to make sense of it. I think the first thing I'll say is that I'll take the hit. I should have asked for this to be reduced to writing when we were dealing with this last time, so that this was all clear. I'll explain where this kind of went awry. So starting off, the last 2 pages of the summary that I provided you, the section in red was the amendment to Policy 618. Now, after the agenda was published and a version of this was published, Vice Chair Weems basically got input that adaptive learning needs, period, wasn't sufficient. So we opened this discussion by saying, let's change it to for English language learners, which had been run through staff to clarify that that's effective language. And that's where the whole discussion devolved into, well, it's not ready for prime time. But I'll point out that that exact same language is what we adopted. So I'm not sure that that argument holds water, that that's not ready for prime time, or that the board on the whole thinks that that language indicates it's not ready for prime time, because we adopted it in the new policy, or excuse me, in the substitute policy. But so the substitute policy was emailed to us during the break between admin matters and the formal meeting, and it was just one paragraph. It was D1, and it just changed one sentence, the one we're all familiar with, whether restricting pre-K, K, and first, or we're allowing 10 devices in the first grade classroom. And then we got into discussion again, here we go, about the for English language learners part. And we basically added for English language learners, so we amended the substitute without ever voting on it. So simply from a administrative perspective, we didn't we didn't go through this right. And I think that's where people's confusion came from about what is it we actually adopted. So when I look at the website, when it finally gets posted, and now I see the language that's actually in there, again, it's not what was emailed to us during the break for this policy. So that's largely where that confusion comes from. So now I've got both of them in front of you so that you can see the language, and you can see that both policies, both versions of the policy, I'll say it that way, both versions of the policy have the exact same language with the exception of how we deal with first grade classrooms. And I'll address one more thing before I give up the floor here, which is the idea of compromise. This discussion started when? Back in October? So back in October, this discussion started, and when we were looking to make what I would think is a much more significant impact on device usage for our youngest learners. And I explained before when I talked about this about why I think that's important. So I won't get into that again. What came out of policy was a significant compromise from that opening position. So in my view, that what we should have adopted in the previous meeting was in fact the compromise. And what we got instead was, I think, insignificant in terms of making a change that will have an impact.
Thank you. Dr. Gray?
So, we go back and forth. Here we are. You may as well say it is June 30th, because next week it is. Our teachers and other staff, in addition to our teachers, principals, support staff, central office, teaching and learning, everyone right now is in forward motion preparing for the upcoming school year based on the good faith bipartisan policy that we all supported. For me, it's a matter of honor, and to make this backpedal as well as writing policy. I mean, are we now writing policy? And this is a rhetorical question from the dais. I mean, if you really look at how everything is being rushed through, I feel for the teachers. They've been bamboozled, clearly. Principals right now who were working on things. I've done master schedules. I've done what equipment I may need to do in school. Most of you sitting up here have not. You have not a clear understanding. I think sometimes you do, but you don't. And it's, I think, sad that, you know, if we don't like a vote, some of us can go back and change it where others cannot. And we're making a lot of the rules as we go along. And the intent initially at the last meeting, 2 meetings prior in May, I distinctly remember, because I reviewed the video, one of my colleagues saying that the teachers need to know what they're going to have to do over the summer. We made a good compromise. Now we're here again. People are on vacations and thinking they're set for the school year. I just think it's a shame. And guess what? Some of these people are going to remember this on November 3rd.
So I'm not going to comment to the specifics of the motion, but I am going to comment about some of the claims that this is different and that we don't move forward with votes and changing votes. There was a vote to change the agenda that did not even go through the request process. Actually, there's been 2 requests at the agenda adoption one. One that I voted in favor of related to the changing of hours-based schedule. Another one, we had an entire special meeting to amend a vote from somebody that was not even on the prevailing side. Mr. Culpepper asked for this, and he was on the prevailing side. And people on the prevailing side, I feel, have a right to change their mind or change their opinion. And bring it back. So he made a motion to rescind because it was not in the same exact meeting. And so that's why this is here. So Mr. Cummings.
Well, I was going to take a minute to think about my thoughts. Yeah, can I go back to number 3?
Ms. Melnick.
Okay. So I'm okay with Mr. Culpepper's explanation. However, it does not address the 10 Chromebooks in a first grade classroom. Perhaps there was some confusion about ELL or special ed usage, but we all agreed on a compromise of 10 Chromebooks in a first grade classroom. I don't want to discount what, and I'm sorry, I'm only getting first names, what Amanda said and the first speaker, Miss Lawler, about the needs of the students who are in most need. Those are the ones that are going to suffer the most. There are many, we had a school board member that mentioned, well, they're going to get this at home, and not everybody has that access at home. And the teachers in our lowest grades are very deliberate with their usage. Perhaps we're going to find we have some problems somewhere else with some of our older students, but it's very deliberate at a young age. I heard a few other comments. I am worried about the computer science standards, and Dr. Robertson, we have quite a few of them. I took a screenshot of them earlier. Students critically create, this is just one, a variety of digital resources using appropriate technologies, including assistive technologies, to construct knowledge, produce creative digital works, and to make meaningful learning experiences for themselves and others. 2, 3, 4, there's at least 4 different strands there for our youngest learners. Those needs are going to have to be met somehow. Somebody talked about a gradual release model, making kids comfortable with use. And she mentioned that some children are still struggling even at like the 5th grade level. And they're very concerned about the comfortableness of using computers for the testing that begins in 2nd grade. In 2nd grade. 2nd, right. And we talked about that even as a board, about perhaps data that we might not understand next year after our first graders aren't getting any okay, so let me back up. So this is a national conversation. Virginia Beach is not the only school division having this conversation. I know Dr. Robertson was recently in Washington, D.C. and talked to former colleagues of ours, Dr. Cashwell, Dr. Spence, and others who say their boards are having these conversations. And so I made it a point to reach out to Loudoun County, who they're really having these conversations. But what they're not doing is letting that pendulum, and I've talked about this, letting that pendulum swing too far one way. They're down to a class set, so one for everybody, but a pretty strict thumb on the time that our youngest learners can spend on a Chromebook. I see the great loss, the 20 minutes a day. I see that as a great loss, the 20 minutes a day, because this is not recreational use. And that is really our problem. Our problem is recreational use. It came up at dinner tonight, but from board members talking about their own children and the amount of time that they're spending on devices. I just hate for children to lose in an educational setting when the real problem is recreational use. we're not going to solve that problem. We're just not. It's going to exist in every grade. But I go back to my original question, and I'll stop here. What did the ELL and special education clarification have to do with the 10 devices in the first grade classroom that we decided on? What did that have to do with that? And that's what these teachers were talking about and fighting for today. It didn't have anything to do with the clarification of ELL or special ed. But it gave teachers the opportunity to keep the important data collecting opportunities that are very important to them. It allowed them to keep that. So again, I'm just going to repeat it, and I hope somebody can answer it. What did the clarification of ELL and special ed have to do with the 10 devices in the first grade classroom?
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. So the substitute motion passed 7-4. So even with Mr. Culpepper's lack of understanding, I clearly distinctly remember that Mr. Callan was the one who brought up not ready for prime time. And in the same breath said he would support Matt's motion. Mr. Cummings, sorry. And so I don't know how Mr. Callan and Mr. Culpepper would have such a change of heart all of a sudden that this rescinding would come before the board, because it wouldn't be here if the chair wasn't aware that the votes were already ready to go. And so I guess my question is, why are we doing this like this now? And I think back to what Speaker Melissa stated about the group that is watching all of our board meetings and discussing all of the things in a partisan and political matter instead of an educational matter. What is best for students? What is best for staff? That's our job. At the end of the day, it is not about anybody's campaign, about anybody's politics. We are here for staff and students. That's our focus. Because if our staff can't do their jobs, our students can't learn. So we have to not only listen to parents, but listen to our staff who is telling us that some of this can't or should not be removed to keep the success that we have already seen in our students. We cannot control the fact that the VDOE requires our students to do their testing on a computer. We are required to teach them to pass our exams. How do we expect our students to then have the proficiency necessary to pass an exam if we're not listening to the educators saying it will be an impact? We can't have it both ways. You can't have your high test scores and take away the resources to get there. It does not match. But somehow a 7-4 vote, suddenly 6-5. And we're being told, not for partisan and political sake, but for lack of understanding. And it's really hard for me to wrap my head around a lack of understanding when it just happens to be the two people who made it bipartisan are suddenly not able to. Thank you.
Mr. Cummings?
Yeah, thank you so much. First and foremost, I was really excited to see my substitute motion, which originally was going to be an amendment, passed. Went home, told my kid about it. It was, great work of bipartisanship, and I was very happy of that work. And then I told her about this now getting changed, and it's fun conversation. Great day to talk about politics with the family. But you know, I'm just gonna be real. I'm gonna shoot straight. I'm just gonna say my thoughts and just go for it and see what happens. That was the most awkward school board meeting we've had, y'all. We're writing policy in a football huddle over here, trying to remember what's going on. We only had that English learner adaption because I visit classrooms and saw this remarkable experience of this student learning the curriculum in her native language. And I didn't even think about it until I'm just sitting here. I'm like, well, what about that kid? You know, like, how are they going to learn? And then I'm sitting here thinking, are there other opportunities or are there other things that were unthought of that we might have to address later down the road? And I think that's important when we think about policy and why I think the impact study should have been done. Because at the end of the day, I can be convinced, you know, that this could be a good policy. You know, if I saw the impact, if I knew what was replacing the Chromebooks, the curriculum, things like that. For me, I prefer having lots of information in front of me. But absent of that, you know, it's a difficult decision. You know, next, you know, I had a substitute motion, which was really originally a motion to amend, which was not read for verbatim. So that was interesting as well. And I think that I just let it slide because I didn't really think that it'd pass. And I was like, well, we'll just see what happens. But it's just an awkward week in school board. And I think it's a little embarrassing, y'all. Like, writing policy on the fly, we've got football huddles going on. It's just interesting. We sit and say, as I said in the last meeting, we talk about how much we value our educators and, you know, and whatnot. And I just can't get it out of my head that we've had so many folks come and say this is not a good thing, and how much they utilize these tools in their classrooms for the positive. And that really sticks out to me. I mean, we're talking about I've seen it every class I go into where the kids are using these tools for education. I really think the bigger issue that we need to look at is the middle school, high school issue. And I wish we would have prioritized that because that's where we saw the highest utilization of hours on screen time. To me, you know, I could be convinced either way of this being a good policy. I just wish that we had more data in front of us and a higher understanding of what actually is going to replace some of these interventions that, you know, Lexia would do. You know, there's always going to be difference of opinion on the board. And, you know, if a person has the ability to rescind their vote, you know, it is what it is. That's what guides us as policy, and that's fine with me. People will do those things. And I sit there and think about, you know, the final piece is like, where's all these parents who are upset about Chromebooks? Ain't getting no emails, ain't seeing them at meetings. You know, they're not coming. No one's saying, I mean, we got some emails, I won't lie, but where are all these folks at? Who we heard from, predominantly 90%, 95% of the folks have said that there are benefits. And so I just don't understand where this frustration is coming from. I know the national data about it, and I've seen some of, you know, what other districts are doing. I've seen just some of the other ideas around the place. But for me, it's just it's sloppy. And I don't like sloppy. I don't like the fact that we're writing policy in football huddles. I mean, it's rustic. And it's a little, I don't know, it's just awkward. So I just wanted to voice my thoughts. Folks can do what they want to do. They can vote in accordance to their own mind and what they want to and what they think. I think that's how democracy works. But I think we got to, as a board, do a bit better next time.
Mr. Callen?
I've been on record for several meetings expressing the interest and the desire to limit Chromebooks from K to second grade. The discussions took place. There was a desire to compromise in order to move forward. So from my own positioning, I went from second grade to first grade. I think it's been expressed by numerous people here tonight. The meeting that took place a few weeks ago and the discussion that centered around this subject grew more and more muddy and murky and confusing and befuddling. There were points that were made that had merit to them. And I think the significant issue that this revolves around, from my point of view, and we're all entitled to our opinion, so my point of view is that what was lacking that would have removed a lot of the confusion that I personally was experiencing was the absence of a written document from which I could examine and compare and contrast for me. In the interim, since that meeting, I've been able to obtain a copy of the revised amendment. Yes, Matt made a great point, Mr. Cummings made a great point relative to the English language learners that caused us to say, that's a great point, that needs to be considered and taken into consideration. But to me, the issue boils down to the ability and the need for me to have something in my hands to read, to mark, to scratch, to put question marks by or circles around in order to make sure that I'm processing the information and not the round robin circle of conversations that were taking place that night. So I will be voting for this as a result of now obtaining a copy of this in writing and having the ability to look through it. It still doesn't go to where I would want it to go to, which is to second grade. But it's the art of working together and the compromising, and you may feel that that's no compromise at all, or it lacks substance or merit. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine, and that's where I'm making my presentation or my position known.
Ms. Melnick?
Dr. Robertson, how will our first grade teachers meet the state objectives? Well, how are kindergarten teachers going to do it also?
But you're talking the computer standard objectives?
Correct.
So what the current version of 6 to 18 does is it eliminates Chromebooks in pre-K and K and then puts a group of 10 in first grade.
Is that staying?
Now that's in the current version
Okay.
that we approved. For our pre-K and K to meet those research standards that are in, and I don't have the copy of the standards in front of me, but from discussions with my team, there'll be some library trips where those students are going to have to go to the library. Like,
How long are those library trips? 30 minutes?
I don't know. I think that's probably appropriate amount of time that you would take a pre-K or a K class into a library for 30 minutes. First grade, of course, if they have 10 devices in, then they can meet those standards within the classroom setting. If there are 10 devices are not there, then your first graders to reach those standards that require manipulation of a device, they're going to need to also make library trips.
So, okay, I just want to make another comment. At the last board meeting, Mrs. Dwyer made a comment about policies coming out of Policy Review Committee unanimously. I want the public to know that the policies belong to the board, and conversations that happen in Policy Review Committee can come out unanimously because you're not voting on that policy in that committee. You're voting on, okay, we've got it to a point where we're ready to hand it to the board. We're allowed to have these conversations about policies. The Policy Review Committee doesn't get to do them. But Mr. Cummings is right. There were lots of little huddles. And over the last week, there have been a lot of huddles going on that I was not aware of. There were also meetings in the hallway with the attorney, meetings in the attorney's office where everyone is scrambling to write policy that actually belongs to the board. I respectfully request moving forward that the chair or vice chair or any other member of the board doesn't get to go have a meeting with the attorney in the hallway about anything that's not public with this board. I'm not happy that I found out on Thursday that this was happening. But there was conversation, and everybody else got to learn about things through conversations that I was not privy to. And neither were my colleagues. I didn't know about these conversations that were happening to clarify things. So it's great to the people who got to have them. But a lot of us get left out of conversations, or we find out things in odd ways. That's not how I did things, and that's not how I grew up on this board, actually learning. We just didn't do things that way. I think this is a shame for our teachers. I wasn't really happy about having to send it back to policy review, and clearly we're not going to have the votes for that. That's a shame. This was poor management of a policy. Very poor. And I do worry about our students who need this the most. There will be losers in this. There will be. And that's a real shame, because we think life's so easy and so simple for everybody, and it's not. It's not. And there will be children who suffer because of this. It's just the truth. It's not dramatic, it's the truth. And we forget about those little guys. I also want to say that every policy review committee meeting, there are policies that keep getting brought up under other business. Is it other business at the bottom? Where special little policies come forward that are really the brainchild of somebody else. And we're focusing less on the policies that are up for review, and then these little special policies get added to add confusion to people. That's not great either, and many of us are catching on to that kind of thing too. So pay special attention perhaps to tomorrow's 3:30 policy review committee meeting.
Ms. Dwyer, then Ms. Rogers.
I would just like to make a call to get to the vote. This is a deliberate attempt to keep us in the weeds, to bring up all kinds of attack and comments that don't need to be here. It's dishonorable and it's disrespectful to all of us. And I would like to just go right to the vote. Thank you.
Ms. Rogers, Ms. Dwyer, is that a motion to call the question?
I'll make the motion. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so that will require 8 votes. That's a 2/3 vote. And there is no discussion on that question. So, Madam Clerk, please let me know when you're ready for me to call that vote. Now, Ms. Linetti, while she's preparing that, does that just apply to the first question or both questions?
All right, the motion is to rescind at this point, and then knowing the rescinding that you will go on to the next motion. So if this, you have enough votes to rescind, it puts you back to the amended motion, which is in your package.
I'm asking about calling the question and the debate. Does that impact the second portion?
Are you saying, does that prevent you from having debate when you're back to the amendment? Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking.
No.
Okay, thank you. So we are voting on whether we are going to discontinue discussion and go straight to the vote on the recension that was approved last meeting of the substitute. Does everybody understand what we're voting on? Okay, so I'm going to call for the vote. The vote is to stop the discussion and go on to the vote. for this.
So, Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes and 2 nays, so the motion did pass for the call of the question.
Okay. So now we are on to the motion to, I want to make sure that I'm reading it exactly. And while I read this, I will say, this has been very confusing. When there are policy amendments, I'm going to ask that these be reduced to writing each and every time, or we will recess to make sure that it is in writing so that this does not occur again. Okay. We will now vote on the recension of the June 8th, 2026 vote on substitute motion to policy 618. If you approve that recension, we will vote on the amended policy 618.
So, Madam Chair, we have 6 ayes and 5 nays, so the motion did pass to rescind.
Okay, now we need a motion on the amended policy 618, Ms. Linetti? Okay.
Correct, and you did have a copy of that in your agenda package.
All right. Motion's made by Mr. Culpepper. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Dwyer. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. Dr. Robertson, I kind of wanted to ask questions of you based on what I have heard up here. As far as the first graders in the library, how many classrooms roughly per elementary school, if you have all your pre-Kers, all your kindergartners, all your first graders having to have the library time, how many classrooms for, because each school has one library, right? So how many classrooms would that then entail of students having to go to the library?
In all 3 grades.
Right. Do
Yeah,
you know how many?
Yeah, somewhere between our smallest schools, 3 grade levels, 3 classrooms per grade level. To our larger schools, you could have 5.
So
9 to 15.
9 to 15 classrooms in the library for their project. And then on top of it, you also have all of the rest of the classrooms having to go to the library for regular library time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so during our fourth quarter, do our elementary schools use the library for SOL testing?
Yeah, so Dr. Hamlin shared that, yes, for small group testing, yes, the library could be used.
So then when students are taking an SOL exam,
The library would be closed.
the library would be closed. So then our pre-K, kindergarten, first grade students would then not be able to utilize that library for their computer technology requirements.
That's correct.
So then what would we do?
There wouldn't be an option.
Okay.
Unless we sent them to the cafeteria.
Which, of course, if we sent them to the cafeteria
It would
while
only
we
have
have
to be
students eating.
when no one was in there.
Well, that would, okay, I'm gonna ask
Very
this,
limited
I was gonna say, you may not know, I know
Yeah.
when the first lunches occur, and I'll tell you if you don't know, 10:10. That's for pre-K, 10:10. That's when our first lunches occur of the day, and then go pretty much almost to the end of our cafeteria workers' contracted time is our last lunch period. Once that lunch is over and it's cleaned up, our cafeteria workers come in early, so they have to contractually leave early. They are there before our teachers because they have to prepare breakfast and lunch. So I'm just making that statement known. So it would be an incredibly limited amount of time, and possibly after breakfast, before our 10:10 lunch, to get 9 to 12 classrooms for their library time. Do you think that's possible?
It'd be very difficult.
Thank you.
Dr. Robertson, I just want to clarify something. We were talking about SOL testing time at the
That's
end of
correct.
the year.
End of the year.
We're talking about a week,
3.
3 weeks?
So right now, on our current schedule, it's about 3.5 weeks. There is language at the state level right now to limit the periods for SOL testing, but I do not believe that impacts elementary. So it's 3.5, it's at least 3.5, maybe 4 weeks.
Thank you. What about quarterly testing? All right, Dr. Green.
Thank you. Dr. Robertson, I'm now looking at it, putting on my administrator hat, staffing. So right now, our media library specialists are already very busy. So some of this money that we're getting from the state, will we need to maybe think about hiring an additional media specialist for the library? Because in addition to what they already do, we're now adding another big task. Somewhere, someone is going to get shortchanged. And I realize the agenda for some is to block knowledge, and not all kids get what they want to get. I'm going to call it like I see it, because it's very disheartening that we are sitting here, and I hope the viewing public understands this. Some of my colleagues are dismantling public education and not allowing all students to have equal access. It started out with the policy on DEI, and then it's the next. Now we're talking about Chromebooks. It's one thing after another. People, wake up. Dr. Robertson, I'm sorry, but to my question, I digress, because what Ms. Rogers triggered in me, will we have to get additional staffing in the library?
We have not had that discussion as a potential solution. It's going to be a puzzle a teacher would put together, or if the teacher takes their entire class down to a different setting to access the devices, then the teacher, of course, will be there. If the teacher says, well, you know what, I only want to send half my class, well, that can only happen if you have someone on the other end to be with those students. So there would be a level of planning that would be necessary for it to occur.
Thank you. And because right now, they're able to differentiate instruction in class with some students using a variety of techniques, and now if everyone has to pack up and go to the library, it's mind-boggling. Thank you.
Mr. Cummings.
You know, every time someone asks questions, it just makes my brain wonder how this gets executed from an operational lens. So it sounds like we'll be increasing library visits for pre-K, K, well, maybe pre-K, but pre-K and first grade. Do we envision that competing with their normal library time, or is this going to be additional time?
Yeah, so I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Delaney and Dr. Hamlin.
Well, I think you ask a good question about operationalizing, and that's typically what we have to do with any policy that comes through. Is there's some nuance to that operational end of it.
Yeah.
Obviously, achieving standards usually rises to the highest level of instructional decision-making that occurs in a building. So a principal, a teacher, and others within that are going to have to decide what the schedule looks like in the learning spaces that can access a computer. One of the reasons the policy review committee, we talked about removing the language or adding the language in the classroom, was to provide opportunities where it could exist in other spaces. Now, some schools do not have the amount of additional spaces beyond the library. Others may have a space that they could set up in an area to provide that support. So it's very difficult when you're asking Dr. Robertson some of these specific operational questions to come with one uniform answer, because the buildings are different, the spaces are different, the organizational structures can be a little bit different. In our conversations with the PRC, yes, it's going to be a challenge. However, we also looked at it with Dr. Goldberg, other members of the team, and said we'll have to make those adjustments, and we'll make those adjustments. So it's very challenging in this environment to answer very specific questions of how many times are kids going to go, how much time are they going to spend down there. That's not one we can confidently answer with an exact number. What we will be doing over this time, regardless of the decision, as we've already done, is we are making plans to move this work forward, including getting teacher feedback with a committee this summer and a feedback loop throughout the year. I hope that shares with you, we acknowledge the challenge that's going to exist. We're not saying this is going to be exactly what teachers are accustomed to and others. But when we look at adding these to essential sessions of the work they have to do in PL, when we talk about working with these committees, working with our principals to ensure they have what they need, all of that gets into the operational components. And if a school struggles with how do I operationalize this, it's our role in the Department of School Leadership to help them solve that challenge, whether it's staffing support or the resources that can go along with it. So I want to reinforce, it's very difficult in this environment for us to say how you operationalize something that could look very different in other areas. And it makes me uncomfortable because people then say, well, you said you would do this. And that's not fair to our building leaders to not have that opportunity to take the time and analyze that. So understand all of these things we feel. It's going to be a challenge. We've got to help our teachers. We've got to support them and provide the professional learning. We've got to give the resources to ensure our kids are learning. And we're very intense in that process right now with a variety of stakeholders being involved. So I apologize for the intensity of my answer, but it's just a challenge when you want us to give those levels of answers that we don't have that direct knowledge of how this is going to turn. And the last thing I will say, and I'll get off my soapbox, is Dr. Robertson has talked about, we're not certain the impact of this yet, one way or the other. And that's going to be our challenge internally to come back and get back to the board on here's what we're finding throughout that process.
See, I love your response because you speak to the tension of implementation, right? And to me, as someone who's made strategic decisions with impact, weighing and understanding the costs, I thought would be part of, the required impact study that's not required. And I feel like you spoke to that tension so well, is that this is going to look different in every single building that we have. And I think that's a complex issue, is that, on one hand, we're trying to execute a policy, but we don't really know what it looks like with boots on the ground. And that's what I feel is frustrating to me as a school board member sometimes, is that we sit up on this dais and take an ideological stance on something, and it's like, well, shoot, what about competing library times? Because the last thing I want to do as a library lover is to have, you can't go into the library, your kids are using your library time for your research projects, not going and sitting reading like Dog Man or whatever graphic novels are out there. And to me, that's just one of those things where sometimes getting into weeds is, unfortunately, it's difficult to do on the dais. It's very difficult to do on the dais, and rather than just having the small group discussion.
I appreciate the word tension.
Yeah.
And our experience is tension.
Yeah.
New middle school schedule, new high school schedule, calendar discussions, all of that provides a level of tension that in our experience, we then go, we're going to operationalize that in a minute. I guarantee you're not going to get people coming down the aisle with confetti saying you did an amazing job on how we managed the Chromebook scenario.
Yeah.
But that is our experience every year. What's VLA, state guidelines, budgetary constraints. Those are all tensions that we have to navigate and explore that I can promise you are not going to go away in any year that starts. And so that's where we operationalize is how do we manage that tension and ensure our teachers who do amazing stuff for our kids on a day-to-day basis feel supported in the resources they provide them based on the policy decisions that are made.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think your response is great, and it hits on my criticism that it's just, we swim in a sea that's unknown sometimes, and that's such a risky thing when you think about thousands of students and the impact across hundreds of staff. And my final comment is I do want to remind folks that, in regards to why we're talking about stuff, I was elected to discuss policy and its impact on our schools. And there's never harm, I think, sitting on this dais, regardless of your opinion, to share your opinion on an issue. And I feel like the idea that board members should not have the right to talk is not what we were elected to do. My citizens in my district told me, sent me here by 26% margin to represent their issues, their concerns, and I will have that dialogue while I'm up here.
Yes, Rose.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. I would like to move to make a substitute motion to refer policy 6-18 to the Policy Review Committee for further review.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to send 618 back to Policy Review Committee by Ms. Rogers. Is there a second?
Yes.
Seconded by Dr. Green. So we are only going to be discussing that motion to send it back to Policy Committee at this time. Ms. Linetti, that's correct in this particular circumstance, yes?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And while we're waiting on that, is there any discussion on the motion to send the policy back to Policy Review Committee? Ms. Rogers.
I'll just go ahead and explain. When we were at this point before, we agreed that this wasn't ready. I am just agreeing with that statement. It's not ready. Even with this discussion, it needs more time to suss out what needs to be sussed out. And I am more than happy to bring it back when it's ready.
Dr. Green.
And the reason why I second the motion is because I don't think we're being fair to staff, to our building administrators, because everyone right now is in mode moving forward based on what we voted on at our last meeting. So that is why I second the motion, because I don't think we're being fair and transparent with people with all this going back and forth. So maybe we should take it back. Yes, we should, and maybe retool it. And to me, almost maybe part of the discussion, and this is not a motion that may need to be added, is even delaying implementing, because all this going back and forth, we are not being fair to the people that we are charged to be their stewards.
Vice Chair Weems.
I'm not sure going back and forth yet more will solve or change anything. And, I'm a little confused that 2 weeks ago, when one person made an addition of 4 words, it was all confusing and we can't do it, it's not prime time. But then when the same 4 words were then added by somebody else, it was not confusing anymore. So it's just interesting, but, I don't think sending it back to policy and then going over this again is gonna be helpful to anybody.
Okay, we're going to vote on the motion on the floor to send policy 618 back to the Policy Review Committee.
So Madam Chair, we have 5 ayes and 6 nays, so that motion did not pass.
I was in the queue to speak. I was in the queue to speak next.
Okay. Ms. Melnick.
So, Mr. Delaney, I appreciate your comments. You are our instructional leaders, and there are many of us who really look to you for your leadership. This row right here, we look for your guidance. We need your guidance. Only one person really, Dr. Green, who I know has her superintendent's license.
Yeah, but that's
yes.
his job, not mine.
And I know it is his job. I only look to her as somebody who is qualified to speak this language. The rest of us are not. And the rest of us, it's just our opinions. And that's the sad part, is we're letting our opinions get in the way. What I haven't gotten from my instructional leaders is clarity in any of this. There's no clarity. I mean, I look out and I just see wide-eyed people who are like going to make this work because you have to. That's the sad part. You're going to make it work. You're going to operationalize this because we've told you you have to. You don't have a choice. Make it work. But you're not going to make it work. You're going to get on the horn and you're going to tell our teachers that they're going to make it work. And that's where I'm struggling. You're going to give them the direction and they're going to figure it out because that's what they do. That's what they do. But none of my instructional leaders have given me an answer that helps me. The answers I'm getting are we don't know what this is going to do. We don't know how this is going to affect us. That's why I voted on pre-K and kindergarten as a starting point to give us the opportunity to figure out where this is going to go. And then I hear from colleagues that this isn't, they wanted it so much more. But we don't know how this is going to affect our kids. And I will say a couple of weeks ago, Dr. Robertson, you did mention your concern about testing in second grade. You don't know how you're going to interpret that data. Is that data because our students didn't get the proper instruction with a Chromebook before they're taking these tests? Or is it because they haven't learned what they, you know what I mean? What they need? I don't know. Can you help me here?
Yeah, so this is going to be a long answer.
Okay.
Because you're exactly right. We don't know. When I was in Washington, D.C. last week with 18 of the largest and most successful school divisions in the country, 16 are dealing with the same conversation we're having right now. The most common solution to this, and the issue is screen time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Chromebooks. It's not iPads. It's screen time. The national epidemic is based on Jonathan Haidt's work, The Anxious Generation, which is now morphed into this screen time is bad. And as I said 2 weeks ago, we all agree, that screen time is a real challenge. And so it seems that the natural approach has been, well, then let's give it to schools. Let's have schools reduce screen time without any real understanding, because unless you're in the setting, you don't really know. Like, I could not fly a plane. I can ride in a plane. I can't fly a plane. I can't drive a sports car. I'd ride in a sports car. I can't hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball because I wouldn't be here if I could. I mean, the reality is no one really knows, right? In that conversation with the 16 of the 18 school division superintendents, including some of the most successful and experienced ones in the country, the initial moves by their boards have been through policy, eliminating devices in pre-K and K. There were a handful had gone all the way to second grade. Everybody was in year one. No one has any data that they've collected beyond some that had eliminated them this past year and some that were eliminating them next year. So there's no data for anyone to definitively say, you made the right decision. Why did we wait so long? Or you made the wrong decision. We all agree to share all of the things that we're doing. So Mr. Delaney alluded to 2 weeks ago, before the June 8th meeting, we had set up a plan of how we were going to address potential actions because for 3 months this conversation has been kicked around with the PRC. And we had decided that the most important voices in the room were going to be the teachers impacted. So there are two groups right now that are formed. There's a pre-K to K group, which now will be expanded to one, where we will be having those individuals work with our instructional specialists to identify, based upon the survey results, where their biggest areas of concern were research, differentiation, enrichment, and student engagement. How are they going to substitute assignments for the 31, now everybody said 20 minutes, but first grade in their survey, 46% of the teachers said that they use their Chromebooks 31 to 45 minutes a day. So that's basically 2 rotations. So how are they going to put in meaningful work into those 31 to 45 minutes? That's what that group is going to be working with. We're going to have a second group of teachers that are going to be our feedback group. We'll go to them quarterly and say, okay, how are things going? Where do we get it right? Where do we get it wrong? And we will make course corrections the entire year. Mr. Delaney used the term operationalize. I'll take us back to the conversations that we had when we said we were going to eliminate cell phones at the secondary level. There were a lot of people who were like, oh my gosh, the schools are going to be in trouble because the kids won't comply. We're like, well, they will comply. They'll adjust to the fact that there's no cell phones. It's going to be a process. Some places we did it really well. Some places it took a long time. And that movement comes because we are monitoring, we are coaching, we are supporting. If we make a mistake, we take a step back and we learn how to pivot through COVID. If anything helped the school division is the ability that you have to adapt. There's no jobs right now that you can say, okay, I'm going to consistently work this way and it's going to be great. Because circumstances change, new things are introduced, we have to be able to adapt. I can't look at anyone in the eye and say, this is the right decision or this is the wrong decision. It's change. And anytime you introduce change, I don't care what it is, there's risk. I thought that the discussion we had a couple of weeks ago, going to 10 in a room, when I went back and looked at the 209 first grade teachers who responded to the survey, it didn't reduce drastically what they thought was going to be an impact. 39% of the teachers, first grade teachers, said that the elimination of devices was going to be a substantial impact. If you put 10 in a classroom, 33% said it's a substantial impact. So whether it's you keep 1-to-1 or you reduce it to 10 or you take, they feel like the devices, the survey that we got from 209 teachers, which is probably 90% of our first grade teachers, indicated that, hey, look, if we don't have any devices in the classroom, 33% of them said it's going to be a substantial impact. 41% said some impact. So yeah, the teachers have said to us, they're concerned, and we're going to honor their concern, which is why we are including them into the solutions that we're going to develop. And much like we did with the VLA, our commitment to our first grade teachers and our pre-K and K teachers is we will stay ahead of where you are all the way through next year. We are not going to be able to tell our first grade teachers in in-service week, we've worked it out for the whole year. No way. What we can say is we've worked it out through September, maybe into October. Here are the assignment substitutions you can use for the areas where you used to use devices. And then we'll collect information. You know, how is it going? We know that trend data doesn't exist until you have 3 years. So we won't know. And the risk is, let's say in 3 years, we find out we made a big mistake. You can't come back on that. Or in 3 years, it was a game changer. It's a risk. But because no one is ahead of us that's used devices, there's no apples to apples comparison, and it is very gray. And so you are correct in your assertion. All of you are correct in your concerns. We're going to do the very best we can.
No, our teachers are going to do the very best they can because they're the ones that have to do this. You will too. You understand that.
I hope so.
But the teachers are going to carry the brunt on this, and it would be less of a worry for me if we didn't have state standards that we had to meet. So that's an issue. It's not like, we're just going back and forth about whether or not we have state standards. Those still have to be met.
So kids are going to have screen time because they have to until the state changes that. It's just going to be far more difficult. I mean, again, this is going to be one of those times where it's going to show on it. We're going to talk about this for 2 hours and it's going to show on the board 6 to 5. And that's a shame. We should have started with pre-K and K, see how it goes for this year, and then come back next year to add first grade if it was going well, because you can't, after at least this year of data, because like you said, if it's bad, we can't go back.
Okay, so I didn't really get the chance to fully comment last meeting because what I supported did not get voted on. But I support reducing the screen time for students. I am very concerned about middle and high school as well. I am happy to hear that there are 16 other school divisions that are having this exact same conversation. Some of them have done pre-KK, some of them, and I appreciate that, have done first grade. And when we talk about the data points and the concerns about data points, and I recognize that change is very uncomfortable, but the data is showing that screen time, recreational or not, is negatively impacting students. It is negatively impacting them. There is plenty of data, peer-reviewed data, to show that. I have reviewed much of it, and I'm sure that other board members can find data that is going to align with their thoughts on it. But I have taken in the data, I've taken in conversations, I've taken in the teacher survey, I took in the parent survey, and I looked at all of those, and my perspective differs. And additionally, I took into account data from various PALs, VALs, across a long span of time, including back to as far as I could go in our minutes, or in our meeting agendas. And I don't see any evidence that test scores went up as a result of one-to-one technology in these grade levels. And so based on that and my interactions with people in the community about their concerns about our youngest learners having technology, yes, I would like pre-K through second grade. But I am willing to accept this compromise of pre-K through first grade. So with that, I call for the vote to approve to vote on the amended policy 618 that's in the back of your packet.
So, Madam Chair, we have 6 ayes and 5 nays. The motion did pass on the amended policy 6-18.
Thank you. Okay. So now we are on to the meeting minutes from June 2nd's special meeting. So I did look in the Book of Roberts rules here, and it does say that the first vote is to allow it to be reconsidered, and then it's voted on as if it was never voted on before. So with that, I call for, is there any further discussion? No. I call for the vote for the we're voting on the June 2nd meeting minutes. We have a motion and a second. Motion's made by Mr. Cummings, seconded by Mr. Callen. Motion to approve those.
So, Madam Chair, we have 9 ayes and 2 abstentions, so the motion did pass for the approval of the June 2nd special meeting minutes.
Thank you. All right, we are now on to committee organization and board reports. Mr. Bowensteel.
Well, everybody knows that we had graduation last week for all of our high schools. But I want to reach out and talk about the Green Run Collegiate briefly. They graduated 82 seniors. 53 of them will be attending a 4-year college or university. 14 will continue education at a 2-year college. 5 had committed to the military service, 2 will attend trade schools, and 8 will enter the workforce. According to Dr. Robinson at his graduation speech, this graduating class made history as the first class of Virginia Beach City Public Schools to achieve a 100% pass rate on the English 11 SOL, setting a standard that was matched again by this year's students. In addition, the class of 2026 earned more than $20 million in scholarships, and we are incredibly proud of these students and their accomplishments and look forward to seeing the positive impact that they will make in their communities, careers, and future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green.
Thank you. And mine is a reminder to our parents and other community members. During the regular school year, our schools are instrumental in ensuring that our students, many of our students don't go hungry because they get 2 meals a day at our schools, breakfast and lunch. So I just want to remind our parents, and thank you, Ms. Livis. I have seen the announcements about what meals we are serving, breakfast and lunch, but there's a schedule with certain sites because all schools aren't serving them, but everyone has access to it on a first come, first served basis. So please go to our school division's website so that you can see the meal schedule. You can get 2 meals, breakfast and lunch throughout the summer, but the locations are rotating and are not always the same, but food is available. Dr. Robertson, is there anything else with regards to that we need to make sure the public knows?
I'm going to look to Mr. Freeman real quick. I believe, Dr. Green, well, thank you for sharing that, and I believe you've captured everything. Got the thumb.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. I had it pulled up as well, so I'm glad that we have that information, and it's on the left for anybody that's looking on our website. Ms. Rogers.
I also shared that on my social media, and that was something I was going to mention too, is I made sure that all of the people in the community have easy access. So I also shared on my social media about ensuring our students are being fed over the summer. But I also, piggybacking off of what Mr. Bowensteel talked about with graduation, I wanted to do a quick shout out. I attended 10 out of the 14 graduations, and admittedly I missed 4. But I wanted to do a special shout out, and I talked to this principal. There was one school in particular that stood out to me during graduations where I watched so many students hug the administrators, thank the administrators, and tell the administrators just thank you. I appreciate you, hugging them, shaking all their hands. And it was so great to see that really warm family atmosphere. And there were several administrators on the stage, and not one of them was turned away from being greeted by the students. The students just wanted to thank all of them, and I thought it was awesome. So great job, Tallwood. I love the community that you're building.
Mr. Callen?
Along the same lines of graduation compliments and accolades, once again, I had an opportunity to attend the Juvenile Detention Center's graduation ceremony, and what I heard might not have been a correct historical perspective, but what I was told was this is the largest class of graduates that I think they've ever had, which were 15 students. It was very impressive to watch them walk through the gymnasium, take their seats, do so with a great deal of pride in the accomplishments that have taken place on their academic journey, knowing full well they've got struggles and issues that surround their current circumstances. But you could just feel the sense of accomplishment that had been achieved by these students. And it was very moving and inspirational. I just wanted to share that.
Ms. Felton?
Thank Thank you, Chair Brown. And I'd just like to say to the administration here how impressed that I am with our graduation. I had the opportunity to go to the Adult Learning Center graduation as well and to RA. And I believe that they were my choking moments. We were reaching, my colleague, Mr. Callan, was there with me as well. And at the ALC, a young man graduated, and he was walking out of his graduation to be a certified fire department as well. But the story of RA was Miss Lee, I don't want to call her name, but she said, my trip here came through by Tallwood High School. She said, I couldn't quite connect. She said, but what happened to me was I ended up here at RA. She said, I found my niche, I found my family, I found my love, and I just want to thank the Virginia Beach City Public Schools for supporting me. And she said, remember this face. She said, remember this face. She said, because when I come back, all the struggles that I went through, you were there for me. She said, remember this face because I will be back with all of my honors, all of my badges, all of my credentials to show you that what you poured into me was great. And I came away with saying that Virginia Beach City Public Schools, almost from the cradle to the grave, we still there. Those adults that come back and the babies at pre-K. I said, we're doing it. We're working it. And they're letting us know through all the struggle. And I want to thank Mr. Brower for being there. He was at both of those graduates with me, plus at the practical nursing department as well. And the information that we got from the nursing department, we had retired nurses coming back saying that we have one of the most amazing practical nursing program that they've ever seen. They say, I know because I get the students and they come to me and they're so well prepared for what we do. Is it a struggle sometimes? We set up here to be a school board member and doing things? Yes, it is. But those are my highlight moments where I can go to all the graduation and hear the hard work of what we've done. Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Thank you, all the men. I can't start calling the name, but thank you, all the principals, all the directors that has really pulled in, all of those coaches that went out, like the young lady said, Aaliyah said, they came back and they found me and pulled me back in and would not let me go. That was amazing. Thank you.
Vice Chair Weems?
Yes, the graduation coaches are just doing a great job. And then not to forget our fifth grade graduations. I was able to attend many of those, and our eighth grade graduations. So that was fun. But anyway, the PRC meeting is tomorrow at 3:30 in here, and I welcome everybody. I welcome all my colleagues to come. You get the agenda in advance, and I welcome any phone calls about what's on the agenda. Thank you so much.
Ms. Melnick? And our graduations, I think most of us can probably attest to, it's one of my favorite parts of being a school board member. And I also had the opportunity to attend some of our fifth grade promotions. And it's just so great to see all the families so happy and students happy and all of their accomplishments. So happy to have seen all of those and
Chair Brown,
everybody speaking so highly. Yes.
Could I offer? Well, first of all, when we talk about graduations, and I've been involved in going to graduations for a very long time, we've never had the level of board support that we had this year in terms of attendance. And we've never had the level of city council support that we've had this year. And these were the very best graduations I've ever attended. And I will tell you, that guy right there, Walter Brower, has been working with principals the last 3 years. He has let them know the standard. And when we talk about what's going on at Renaissance Academy, it's his influence at Renaissance Academy as well. Not just this year with Anthony Smith. He was laying the groundwork last year. And Anthony Smith, under Walter's leadership, has flourished. And I'm really looking forward to what they can do. But I wanted to give you a shout out, Walt. Great job.
Yes. Vice Chair Weems is going to read us into close now.
I move that the school board recess into closed session in accordance with the exceptions to open meetings law set forth in Code of Virginia 2.2-3711, Parts A, paragraphs 1, 7, 8, as amended to deliberate on the following matters. 1, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body. And evaluation of performance of departments or schools of public institutions of higher education where such evaluation will necessarily involve discussion of the performance of specific individuals.
Hold on. We have to have a quorum, guys.
Any teacher shall be permitted to be present during a closed meeting in which there is a discussion or consideration of disciplinary matters that involve.
Tammy, do we still have a quorum if they're not at the dais? Yes, okay, go ahead.
And the student involved in the matter is present, provided that the teacher makes a written request to be present to the presiding officer of the appropriate board. Nothing in this subdivision, however, shall be construed to authorize a closed meeting by a local governing body or an elected school board to discuss compensation matters that affect the membership of such body or board collectively. 7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meetings would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of this public body. For the purposes of this subdivision, probable litigation means litigation that has been specifically threatened or on which the public body or its legal counsel has a reasonable basis to believe will be commenced by or against a known party. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. 8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter, namely to discuss A, the school board attorney's evaluation, B, update on internal auditor's evaluation, C, status of pending litigation or administrative cases, D, consultation with legal counsel regarding probable litigation and pending litigation matters.
Okay, motion made by Vice Chair Weems. Is there a second? Second made by Ms. Dwyer. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote to go into closed session.
David or Mike?
Mr. Culpepper, how do you vote? Aye. Okay, so Madam Chair, we have 7 ayes. The motion did pass to go into closed session.
Thank you.
The school board of the city of Virginia Beach has convened a closed meeting on the date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Virginia Beach hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered.
Okay, is there a motion to certify closed session? Motion made by Ms. Dwyer, seconded by Mr. Cummings. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote to certify closed session.
And so, Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass for certification of closed session.
Okay. Vice Chair Williams, do you have a motion to read?
I move that the school board approve the school board attorney's 2026 evaluation as agreed upon by the school board in closed session. The chair is authorized to communicate the results of the evaluation to the school board attorney.
Okay. That was a motion by you, correct?
Mm-hmm. I moved.
Okay. It was moved by Vice Chair Weems, seconded by Ms. Melnick.
pushed it enough tonight.
Ms. Melnick was the second. Thank you. All right, any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote to approve the motion read by Vice Chair Weems.
So, Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Okay, thank you. It is 10:40 PM and we are adjourned.